Sure. Okay. Good morning, everyone. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:36 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person at a limited capacity via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. The links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. Dr. Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Good morning. Student Trustee Olson,
Present.
Trustee Wilson, Trustee Gonzalez,
Good morning, present.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan,
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here. Now I'd like to call on Student Trustee Olson. Will you please lead us on at the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge of allegiance, flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 2.01, board meeting agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of the business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a two-third vote of the board, or if less than two-thirds of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is no need to take immediate action and the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. If there are no objections, I would like to request that we strike item 18.03 from today's agenda, as more analysis still needs to be done. Are there any other additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for May 20, 2022?
No other edits.
Seeing none, the agenda stands approved as amended. Item number 3.01, public comments. In accordance with Senate Bill 361 and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and read into the record during the public comment, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. There is a limit of 3 minutes per person. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. Armando, do we have any public comment today?
Yes, we do, Chairperson. We have one request to speak from Michael Silveria, and he is here with us in person.
Welcome, Michael. Good to see you.
Good morning. All right, I am commenting on consent item 8.01 BP 3432, the board policy regarding bullying and abusive conduct. I applaud the board for creating a new BP to start protecting people and the learning environment at College of the Desert. I ask that you consider making this document even stronger. If you removed 8.01 from the consent agenda, you can strengthen the language to better protect all people at the college. The second paragraph details many examples of how students could be bullied, but at this moment, you have the opportunity to make this BP more universal with a minor change to the first line of the second paragraph. You can make the first sentence read, bullying is engaging in intimidating conduct against a student or employee through words or actions, and then it continues. By just replacing the word another with a and adding or employee, you are matching earlier language already in this board policy. You are also directing the college to make administrative procedures to protect all people at the institution, and you would be leading COD down a path of making the learning environment safer for everyone and from all angles. Please consider changing these few words on BP 3432 because no one should be bullied, no one should be abused, and no one deserves to be harassed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Are there any other public comment requests, Armando?
That was the only one today, Chairperson.
Okay. Moving on to item number 4.01, approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of April 22nd, 2022? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand as approved. Moving on to reports. The Associated Students of College of the Desert, ASCOD, have no report this month. Good luck on finals to Amherst and all students. Auxiliary, College of the Desert Foundation, and we have a written report that was submitted by Catherine Abbott, Executive Director of the College of the Desert Foundation. And trustees, I believe that you received that. California School Employees Association, CSEA, we have a speaker, David Schuetz, CSEA's second vice president. Welcome, David.
Good morning, Dr. Garcia and Board of Trustees. Can you believe this year is half over already? Over the last 5 to 6 months, CSEA and the district have and continue to work together to help facilitate positive change and growth. We appreciate the district's willingness to build a solid and lasting relationship. Dr. Garcia, Vice President Galindo, and Executive Director Stuart Davis must be given kudos from CSEA, as they've been instrumental in responding and helping to mitigate our concerns. On another positive note, we are working towards resolving the issues within M&O and fiscal services. Again, Dr. Garcia and Vice President Galindo have been instrumental in this effort, and we do not want this to go unnoticed. CSEA ratified the Juneteenth MOU, Language Lab, and PACE Program Specialist reclass, and the AB 438 layoff MOU in the last 2 months. More reclassing and MOUs are currently in work, such as the Lab Specialist Automotive, Lab Specialist Agricultural Horticulture, EDGE Pledge Program Specialist, Custodian, and CDC Assistance reclasses. CSEA also backs IT leadership's push to delete emails older than 7 years to alleviate many of the issues with the email system. Additionally, CSEA urges the district to approve and implement Office 365 cloud email services for the whole college, which would help mitigate current and future exchange issues. Email access and performance have been an issue for some time, and the implementation of Office 365 will help alleviate many of those issues. CSEA would like to praise the hard work of public safety. Public safety is a vital part of COD, and with return of faculty, student, and staff, their services have helped everyone ease back into returning to campus. During the pandemic, safety went above and beyond in keeping this campus safe and secure. They continue to do so with COD being fully open. Since the pandemic started, custodians and grounds have worked tirelessly to rejuvenate and maintain COD campuses. CSEA wants custodians and grounds to know that we are very appreciative of their hard work. Last but not least, CSEA and the district continue to collaborate positively and want to make sure that the board knows the positive progress developed over the past few months. Thank you very much. CSEA Chapter 407.
Okay, moving on to the College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA. Michael Gladich, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. Mr. Chair, Madam Superintendent President, members of the board and college community. Registration for summer and fall went live online on May 9th, and CODA wishes to compliment the deans and the registrar's office on a balanced schedule that responds to the needs of students and our surrounding community. Although many adjuncts experienced a loss of sections and consequent reduction in income due to anticipated lower enrollment, we urge the deans to be flexible and, when student demand warrants it, add more sections. Doing this will boost much desired enrollment as well as restore employment for part-time instructors. As more students return to campus, the college has added many night sections, most of them taught by adjuncts. CODA has recently received reports of alarming incidents of concern that happen at night. And currently, there is no nighttime administrator present on any of our campuses to deal with such incidents. So we recommend the college restore the presence of an administrative representative during night classes, as has been the practice in the past. Such an administrative presence will provide an immediate hands-on solution to academic and physical incidents of concern and ensure the safety and well-being of students, faculty, and staff. On April 28th, Executive Vice President Christina Tafoya hosted a virtual meeting with part-time faculty and staff. She gave us important updates, answered questions, and welcomed input from part-time employees on multiple construction projects under development. It was a great meeting. The majority of courses in the fields of hospitality and culinary arts, for example, and radio, film, and mass media are taught by highly qualified and professionally experienced adjuncts. It was encouraging and refreshing for us to get to know Dr. Tafoya and reassuring to realize that the college leadership team welcomes involvement from the faculty and staff who will be using the planned facilities. CODA believes this faculty involvement is of critical importance and it must continue. It is an example of how our institution can be inclusive. And statistical research shows that a diverse decision-making team makes smarter, better decisions. Involvement of faculty in facilities planning is an important step toward inclusion and diversity, equity, and parity. And that concludes Dr. Levitt's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Dr. Levitt. Moving on now to the College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA. Oceana Collins, I think I saw you here. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everybody. President, Superintendent Dr. Garcia, trustees, and College of the Desert community. I'd like to ask for your patience. My report may go over a little bit over 5 minutes because I am going to be talking about all of the wonderful things that are happening here at College of the Desert with our faculty. This month, in celebration of the end of the academic year, CODFA would like to take this opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments of our faculty. Join me in acknowledging the fabulous work being done here at College of the Desert. I'll start with a shout out to all of the great work being done at the Black Student Success Center and Dr. Jermaine Cathcart and Dr. Mzilikazi Komene, who hosted several successful events in honor of Black History Month in February. In-person theater is back at COD. Woo! A big thank you to Professor Janet Miller for her successful in-person production of the play Middletown, and a huge congratulations to all who worked and performed in Cabaret at the McCallum Theater. The Hospitality Management Program, led by Professor Yolanda Bender, has been busy creating new courses, 7 in total, and implementing innovative and creative uses of technology through Knowledge Matters, which creates virtual case studies for students to practice handling real-life situations in the hospitality industry. Our Culinary Arts Program, led by Chef Kurt Struy, continues its dual enrollment program at local high schools, started teaching classes at the John Benoit Detention Center in Indio, designed a program for employment preparation at local resorts, and is working on articulation for a business hospitality bachelor's degree with CSU SB Palm Desert. Geology professor Edith Rojas Salazar took all of her classes on field trips to Anza Borrego State Park and the Natural History Museum. This allowed the students to apply the concept learned in the classroom and lab in the actual field. Congratulations to Dr. Anna Stockwell, who recently earned her doctorate in clinical psychology from Southern California University. For her dissertation, she completed a phenomenological qualitative study titled Understanding the Psychological Impact of COVID-19 on Nursing Faculty, Balancing Teaching and Treating COVID-19 Patients. Hats off to math professors Jorge Perez, Melissa Flora, Dr. Jamil Mortada, and Dr. Donna Blanton, who all successfully hosted our math department's annual math field day. This event brings together high school students from across the Coachella Valley to compete in various math activities. Accounting professors Pablo Romero and Jose Gonzalez focused on serving the community by educating COD students, alumni, and community members about taxes. In total, their program served upwards of 150 members of our community by providing tax information and preparation. A huge shout out to the nursing department for completing a massive curriculum revision, which now aligns with 12 professional and regulatory agencies. Faculty in nursing spent hundreds of hours on this project, which will prepare students for a new state board exam, which will be implemented in 2023. Kinesthesiology professor Wendy Ansley is doing incredible work in our yoga teacher training program. Professor Ansley has been holding her classes outdoor at the Fountain of Knowledge, and her passionate students are thriving by applying their work experience and teaching skills with confidence. And I believe we might have some photos that we're going to project at some point. Thank you to the Pride Student Leadership Team and the Palm Springs International Society for hosting COD's first Pride Cinema Showcase in April. Counselor Frank Ramirez has been busy implementing a new career management system, Handshake, which is set to be available to students in May. In addition, Dr. Ramirez has led 3 virtual job fairs. More than 78 employers participated and provided employment and internship opportunities for students and alumni. Finally, Dr. Ramirez has co-hosted and moderated various professional advancement training opportunities for our students. Our ABE and ESLN programs have some wonderful accomplishments. These include major increases in enrollment and certificates awarded, successful entry of ESLN students into the workforce, a welcome back event that was attended by over 200 students, faculty, and staff featured on Univision, orientation events for students which provided much needed services such as technology and textbooks, and steady high school diploma award rates for our adult basic education students who continue to work hard towards high school graduation. English professor Ruth Nolan has been busy Zoom and live cast events such as Native California poetry reading and in discussion with U.S. Poet Laureate Joy Harrow. In spring 2022, Ruth gave 2 academic presentations focusing on the importance of poetry and poetry anthologies in Philadelphia at the Association of Writers and Writing Programs, where she represented College of the Desert as a professor and author. Ruth also serves as a member of the COD Indigenous Homelands Acknowledgement Group. The Mathematics and Computer Science Department have put forth great effort to support our students throughout these difficult times, including continuing to run the Math and Science Study Center and opening up a satellite study center in Indio, updating CORs to include online and hybrid modalities, piloting high-flex courses, creating or providing free or low-cost course materials for students. They have successfully created a self-guided placement tool for students and pathways for use by counselors, created an non-credit EDGE course that will run for the first time this summer, and more non-credit EDGE courses or non-credit courses are currently being created. And math faculty continue to work with Christina Dudo from the Academic Skills Center to develop workshops and help students increase their confidence in mathematics. Professors Jorge Perez, Richard Burns, and Dr. Donna Blanton continue to maintain a relationship with NASA and run the NASA Community College Aerospace Scholars Program at COD. A big shout out to our valued distance education faculty, Dr. Marvin Gaboot, Donna Green, Craig Donahue, Christina Corrales-Cotto, and Giovanni Barron for continuing to provide support and ongoing workshops for our faculty. Whew. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So much more important work is being done by faculty here at College of the Desert. Finally, please join me in congratulating my friend, mathematics professor Jorge Perez, for all of his wonderful accomplishments, including being voted full-time Faculty of the Year. This is a much-deserved honor, and we all look forward to hearing your speech at graduation. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Shannon. That was awesome. Okay, now it's Academic Senate's turn. Dr. Dozier, good to see you.
So I think Oceana and I have the same idea. Hello and happy end of the semester. For faculty, this is a time of intense work as students are about to submit final projects, essays, and take exams that all must be graded. But it is also a time of great optimism as we also get to see the fruits of our labor as our students show us they have learned and grown and developed great skills over the last 15 weeks. And I would actually tell my students they'd use the word also too many times in that sentence, but and many faculty will get to see their students graduate on Wednesday in COD's largest class ever. Yes, despite the challenges of the last 2 years, our students have persevered and succeeded as never before. While I will be unable to attend this year's graduation due to a family member's graduation that same night, I know it will be a magical night for our graduates and their families, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their students' successes. This has been a year of ups and downs for the college, but it is always wonderful to reach this point in the year and be able to reflect on our faculty and staff's accomplishments. Here are just a few, and I think there's no overlap. Our first year full-time colleagues just completed their year-long new faculty orientation. They have a breadth of knowledge about the college and our students that will serve them well as they continue in their careers at COD. 18 faculty just completed AQ, which is the Association of College and University Educators, and received their pins last week. These faculty were part of a program that has shown evidence of increased student success and decreased equity gaps in the classroom, and those who embark on AQ's year-long program show their dedication. Their dedication shows their commitment to the craft of teaching and the success of our students. Faculty and staff have supported our students during some challenging moments this year as COD events were the target of racist attacks. Yet this has served to strengthen us and reinforce our need to continue to work on equity, access, support, and safe spaces for our college community as we work towards a better world where everyone feels valued and included at COD. While we are still working on increasing enrollment, we have had success in our ESLN program, bringing the enrollments almost back to pre-pandemic levels. We have created events to help our community learn about COD and then apply and enroll in one spot. We have worked diligently to outreach to our communities in English and Spanish through multiple modalities, and we have worked in enrollment management to better understand the modalities that will help best meet our students' goals. Faculty have piloted High Flex, a modality that allows students to attend any given course as they can. They may come in person one day, Zoom into class the next, or even work asynchronously on their coursework as needed. Students are learning to use self-service, the registration system that will replace our existing web advisor system soon. Faculty will be learning how to use this tool starting in August, and we're looking forward to a more modern interface that will allow us to better manage rosters and adds to our courses. The Senate appointed 135 faculty to hiring committees. Curriculum reviewed over 475 new courses, programs, and modifications to existing courses and programs. We have 6 new emeriti faculty. Good luck to them all. Good luck to Ed Reed, Mike Silvera, Sarah Gaetti, and Elaine Harris, and a thank you for your service to Senate. And finally, for those who are not able to stop by GradFest on May 5th, you missed a party. The energy and magic in the gym was palpable as students decorated their caps, donned their caps and gowns, took fun selfies and professional portraits, ate pizza and popcorn, and received tickets for their families to be able to celebrate with them next week. It was a wonderful event that showed the best of what the college does. This is by no means an exhaustive list, as you do only give me 5 minutes. I'm sure the good things we have done this year could take an hour. Have a good summer, stay safe and cool.
Thank you, Dr. Dozier. Before the governing board begins their reports, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our student trustee, Ireland Olson. This will be Ireland's last meeting, and I just want to take a moment and recognize the amazing contributions Ireland has provided over the last year. Ireland has been regularly involved in our discussion of important items. She has brought to light issues affecting our students, and she has been a consistent champion on behalf of the student body. In recognition of your dedicated work, the board would like to present you with a gavel plaque to honor your previous year of service. Ireland, thank you so much. This is for you. And with that, I will now give you the floor to provide a report.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and members of the public. It has been a busy past month. I attended Cabaret, the Harvey Milk Diversity Breakfast, and the Emeriti 10-year retirement celebration. Within ASCOD, we have been preparing for the end of the year. I am proud to share that we have completed elections for the 2022-2023 ASCOD board. I'm confident that they will all do wonderfully and serve the students in the school well. I want to wish the next student trustee, Alan Paul, good luck. I've had the opportunity to work with him this past year within ASCOD, and I know he will do amazing things over next year in this role. This is my final board meeting as student trustee. I have learned so much over the past year, and it has been a pleasure to serve the students of College of the Desert. I will be graduating next week with my Associates of Science in Business Administration, my Liberal Arts Associate of Arts with an emphasis in Math and Science. Will then be transferring to the University of California, Los Angeles. There I hope to complete my bachelor's in business economics. This past Tuesday, I had the honor of speaking at the transfer recognition ceremony and the student speaking event later that day, where I was able to share a little bit about my journey here at COD. I'm so thankful for the start that College of the Desert has given me. It has been my home in so many ways over the past 4 years. Taking classes here, worked on campus, been involved in sports in a variety of clubs, and met some of the best people in my life, my closest friends and mentors. It is bittersweet to be moving on. College of the Desert will hold a dear place in my heart for the rest of my life. That is all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Olson. Trustee Wilson.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Well, as everybody's been saying, it's May, it's commencement. And there have been so many numerous events on our campuses in celebration. I attended as many as I was able. I did start out the month of May. I'm a longtime member of the Friends of the COD Library, and we had our book sale during that first weekend. So I donned my red and gold apron and volunteered for that book sale, which was over here at the Palm Desert Library, working the cash register and restocking books under the tough and rigorous leadership of Marge Dodge. The book sale did well, and the public was really happy to be back in person, searching through the aisles and tables for their favorite books. The grad festival on May 5th at the gym was packed with students picking up their caps and gowns, taking selfies, enjoying the food, picking up tickets for family members. It's wonderful to see how happy and excited they are to walk again. The Foundation's Legacy Leaders event was held at the McCallum Theater. That was on May the 5th. And in the Founders Room, they served food and wine for Legacy Leaders members. And as a longtime contributing foundation member, and as the trustee to the foundation this year, I attended that event. And then following that was COD's performance of Cabaret. I hope a lot of you were able to attend that. It was well done, the singing, the acting, the orchestra, all the work that went into a very entertaining evening. On May 17th, I attended the COD Student Commencement Speaker event, where we listened to the students that vied for commencement speaker, presented their speech. What a delight it was to hear these students speak on their experiences at COD. It's been a rough couple of years, but I was so appreciative of this opportunity to listen to their individual stories of what graduation meant to each one. This was the first year of doing this commitment speaker event, and I hope it will not be the last. Again, with our campuses open, students are very happy to be back on campus. There were several events going on yesterday. There was the athletic spring celebration in the gym that was pretty busy with coaches and students and families, and dinner. The LGBTQ Center also had an end-of-the-year celebration, and it was crowded with students having fun, singing, and also enjoying food. Yesterday, I attended the Cathedral City State of the City luncheon. My apologies to the CSEA for missing their end-of-the-year luncheon, which occurred at the same time. And thanks to Ruth Nolan for her work on the annual literary magazine Solstice. I believe all of us got a copy of that. It's filled with works from many campus individuals. So thank you again, Ruth, for spearheading that. Thank you, Ireland, for your year with the Board of Trustees, and I wish you the very, very best. I hope you'll come back and visit us. I excitedly look forward to the events on May 25th. It's going to be a busy day. Our big outdoor commencement at the Indian Wells Tennis Gardens, and to also attending the Palm Springs Life Awards luncheon, where President Garcia will be recognized as Palm Springs Life Rising Star this year. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Perez. So again, good morning to everyone, and thank you for those of us who are joining us here in the audience, and of course, those that are joining us virtually. So since our last board meeting, it's been pretty exciting. I've attended a lot of different events, had opportunity to visit and meet with the staff, student, and elected officials throughout the Coachella Valley. One of those visits was with the mayor and city manager from the city of Desert Hot Springs. And we toured all their community centers, their beautiful brand new library that I know is, also with the partnership and efforts of the county, our county supervisor. And, I was just amazed. For those of you who've lived in the valley pretty much for as long as, I have, which is almost all my life, and you remember Desert Hot Springs even just 10 years ago, it's just really flourished, it's beautiful. We also had an opportunity to meet up with the principal of Desert Hot Springs. And, that meeting was very eye-opening, and I'm really glad that so many folks find it now easier to be honest, and they're not afraid to have honest conversations. And I think that speaks a lot to the work that we've done so far here in the college. And it made me really sad because the principal was very honest. There was some pleasantries, and he said, I don't encourage any student here to attend COD, and it broke my heart. It really did. I was like, oh no. But of course, instead of focusing on that negative, if you will, I think what we have here is an opportunity, right, to remedy that. Everything from not being able to enroll in the courses that they need to just so many barriers and issues and whatnot. So I'm just looking forward under our new president and of course my fellow trustees here, and that we can make it better there, and we can also look at some of the other high schools around the Coachella Valley that that we can strengthen our partnerships. Because I have always said, and I truly wholeheartedly believe that this is a gold mine here. Community college in our community is so important, and it's just a matter of relationships, right, and being able to serve our community with integrity. So I also attended the Alumni Association meeting, and I'm just continuing to be really excited about it. I know it was they had to open it up quickly, and I'm just really impressed that they were able to do it, and they just continue. I had an opportunity to meet with staff for a little bit afterwards just to kind of get to know them. And they're so passionate about what they're doing, and they're so passionate about all the opportunities and have a lot of ideas on how to make it better. And I just think it's really fantastic, and I just want to, appreciate the staff there for everything that they do and, everything, all the good ideas that they have, and hopefully they will come to fruition soon. So let me see, look at my notes here. Let's see, on Wednesday, I was able to attend the Emeriti tenure and retirement ceremony. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who was involved with the decorations, the planning, the PowerPoint, just the entire event, organizing it. It was absolutely beautiful. I'm glad there was Kleenex because, I mean, that just, I didn't have the pleasure of meeting some of our staff members who have, not joined their ancestors, but I felt like I did just from those stories. And I just want to thank staff for being able to stand up and actually share that, and just a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. And I was really happy that I was able to attend. I also went to the sports banquet. That was another amazing event. The students were so happy, especially when Dr. Garcia said, "Oh, you can go get seconds." They're like, "We can? All right." Nothing like college students and food, right? But again, I had an opportunity to meet our athletic director, and he has a lot of ideas as well, and that really just makes me excited to see people excited to do their jobs. That's a whole another level, for me. When people it's not only their job, but it's a passion, and you can see it, and that's what I see in him. And I was able to meet some of the students, talk to some of the coaches, and it was just a really great event. And of course, the tacos were really good. So from there, I jumped over to the block party. So had I known there was more food there, I probably would have maybe only had one taco. They had soul food, they had more tacos, they had, I know our culinary students made cupcakes, beautifully decorated. I just couldn't anymore. I wanted one of those cupcakes really bad, but I couldn't eat anymore. So I did have, again, the opportunity to say hello to some staff that I do know, and meet staff that I didn't know. And again, everyone is just so passionate. Like, I stayed there way longer. I know I had something else to do, and I said, no, I'm gonna stay here. Because I was just having such a great time talking to students and staff, and just getting to know them, hearing, what their plans are for the future. It was just really great. I also was able to tour the Pride Center. I'm so happy that is there. And again, same thing, passionate individuals. I met students, I met staff, and had great conversations with them. And just really happy to see all the amazing work that is being done, and just to be able to meet so many students and staff members. Right, that's like vitamin for me. Like, it really grounds me and reminds me of why we're here and what we're trying to do. So just really excited for all the possibilities of everything that we can accomplish together. It may not be easy, but it's okay. If it's worth the fight. And I just want to take a few minutes to acknowledge Trustee Olson. It's been a real honor and pleasure getting to know you. You're a beautiful, bright young lady, and I really appreciate everything, all the contributions that you made. And I know wherever you go, your light is going to shine bright, and I know you're going to do amazing things, and hopefully you don't forget us little people. You come back and say hello. But I do want to appreciate you, and of course, this will be my first graduation, so it's going to be really amazing just to watch you walk across the stage. That's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. So again, yes, I did attend the Cathedral City Luncheon as well. We got a little bit of love and a little bit of other stuff, but it's okay. I just really happy that I'm here, and it's been an honor and pleasure to serve in my, year and a half, I believe I'm about there, here as a trustee, and I'm just looking forward to working with everyone. And Professor Collins, Professor Rojas, I actually heard about that field trip, and I can tell you the students loved it. So I really love that she was able to give, that tangible experience for those students. And, as we all know as educators, we have so many different learning styles. So I think that was really great. I don't know if that's something new that happens here. I'm not really sure, but I think that's great. So hopefully, opportunities like that will continue. And I just want to appreciate, staff for again, all I see when I meet people here is passion, and I love it. So I just want to, appreciate all of you, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan, or I'm sorry, Trustee Yant.
Thank you. The first item relates to our 6.01, the Proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. This morning's Chronicle of Higher Education news briefing had an item that yesterday the Department of Education is urging colleges to use any remaining grants from the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund to support student, faculty, and staff mental health as of yesterday. So I understand that some colleges have done that earlier, but now the Department of Ed is encouraging colleges to use any funds they have remaining for mental health. So I hope that if we have any funds, that could be considered. Last month, I reported on the Haiku Conference, and I got a follow-up in an online briefing, and that is, I talked about the broadband access and how the Biden administration was going to be addressing the issue. And on May 9th, Washington announced that 8 providers that serve Southern California, including AT&T, Comcast, Cox, Frontier, Spectrum, and Verizon, will provide high-speed connections at no more than $30 a month to qualified homes. And the cutoff of eligibility is 200% of federal poverty level, but there's an easier way to determine eligibility, and that is anyone receiving Pell Grants is eligible. So it would seem that we have some eligible folks. Applications are available on the White House website, Get Internet. Or if a household already has internet access, the provider should have an application. Unfortunately, many people don't know this and aren't taking advantage of it yet. I understand as well that Assembly Bill, 2751 would require providers to offer and advertise affordable internet connections for lower income households. I don't know the status of that bill, but nonetheless, anyone on a Pell Grant is eligible for this program, and beyond the $30 a month for high-speed access, it also can include payment for a fixed line to the home or a mobile broadband connection to an existing cell phone, a $100 discount on a laptop or tablet, although not all of the providers follow through on that part of the program. And if any household already is on the California Lifeline subsidy, some providers will continue people in both programs. So I think this is really a hope for students who had difficulty with high-speed access and classes. And hopefully we can encourage and help people to take advantage of this program while it is there. And final item is, I've heard from students and faculty concerned about COVID, and I have a personal story to end today that might encourage continued caution. As one of the highest risk categories, I have to be very careful. But a few days ago, I was at one of our local clinics for regular testing, and 2 days ago, I got a call from their folks saying that the technician that worked with me that day tested and has bad COVID. And now every patient that technician saw that day now has to be tested and is watching and staying at home. So I guess the message to everyone is you still got to be careful. And, I've done the best to be careful and still didn't work. So everyone stay careful.
Thank you, Trustee Yan. And I believe that bill you referenced, AB 2751, just got out of committee yesterday, and it'll be going to the assembly floor.
Wonderful. But
Trustee
we
Steph-
need to get the word out to our folks on Pell Grants that this program's available now.
Definitely. Trustee Stefan.
Thank you, Chair Perez. First off, at the end of April, many of the board members here and I attended the California Community College's annual conference. And several of the sessions dealt with equity, diversity, inclusion, and access. And you notice there's another word at the end now, and that was access. And so when we address this issue in the future, we will also include access, because it's not just making sure that we have equity and diversity and inclusion, but also that people have access to the services that are provided and that everything is available. This last month, the end of April, beginning of May, and graduation coming up, I've said it 1,000 times, I think every year that I've been here, that this is like my Christmas in May. And to me, it's just the best celebration of all. I see the passion come to fruition for so many educators across our campus and across the valley, the families celebrating, the students realizing the success that they've been able to achieve. I was able to attend the Harvey B. Milk scholarship breakfast, and I want to give our congratulations to the College of the Desert's winners of the scholarships that were given there, some of those. And I'll tell you, it was a wonderful celebration that morning to be there and to be able to see these students that receive these scholarships and know how hard they've worked to for equality throughout the years, and notice that their work will continue, and know that they're getting the education that they deserve. I'm going to make my report very, very brief today because I know we have a very long agenda. I'm sure nobody wants to sit through hearing all the things that I've attended or will be attending. And but I do want to thank our student trustee Olson. You've done an excellent job this last year. I know it's probably been very difficult, the Zooming and the COVID and the issues that we've had this last year. But you've done an excellent job. I'm very, very proud of the job that you've done, and it's been a pleasure to be able to work with you. You're just an excellent student trustee. You're an excellent trustee, and I hope that you'll continue on. And I know you're going to do great things in the future. And with that, I'm just going to conclude my report because I know that next month I'll be sharing some of the things that happened.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for everybody's indulgence because I do have a lot of things to say. I ask that you please bear with me. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you all are having a wonderful Friday morning so far. I had a great month and probably my most fulfilling since I became a trustee. This year, I had the opportunity to attend the end of the year events, and wow, what amazing celebrations they have been. This is what it's all about. I want to thank everyone who helped put them together, our faculty, adjunct faculty, and academic senate, administration, IT staff, custodial, maintenance, and operational staff as well. Thank you all so much. I also want to thank the McCallum for so graciously hosting us on Tuesday for our wonderful transfer ceremony. Congratulations to all of our transfers, and congratulations to our very own student trustee who spoke awesome at the event and is going to UCLA to pursue a joint degree. Great stuff. We're very excited for you. I also had the opportunity to attend our commencement student speaker event, and I do not think words could express nor convey the overwhelming emotion that was felt in the Pollock Tuesday evening. The speeches we heard from our students were extremely moving and powerful. Our students are truly, truly resilient and just straight up badass. Thank you, Dr. Hassan, to yourself and to your team for your leadership, for organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you to our foundation as well for your ever-present generosity. To our retired and emeriti professors and instructors, congratulations. And thank you for giving so much of yourself to College of the Desert and to our community. Your service changed lives forever and for the better, and I hope you all enjoy the next chapter of your lives and know that College of the Desert will forever be grateful for all that you have given and sacrificed. I would also like to honor the life of Lisa Weilander. Thank you, Mr. O'Laughlin, for your tribute to her. Lisa, if you're watching us down here, thank you for all your service to College of the Desert. VP Butler and Professor Cathcart, thank you for your extremely touching tribute to Professor Banuelos. The way you spoke about her made me feel like I knew her, and I really wish I would have had the opportunity to meet her in person. She was such a selfless person. That's such a rarity. Professor Banuelos, I hope to carry your mission of social justice and access to education. Now, do you all know how great of an athletic program we have? No? Well, let me break it down for you. 11 of our 15 teams went to the playoffs. Our men's team won the ship again, defended their title 2 years removed from due to COVID and brought it home. Our women's tennis team upset several teams on their playoff run despite only having 4 players and being down 3 at the beginning of their matches. Our baseball team had an amazing year and had a great run and ultimately lost to the #1 seed. It's all good though, because I know that we'll get them next year, boys. Our men's golf team won the OAC Inland title. Our men's soccer team had women's softball team, women's beach volleyball team, all had amazing seasons as well. And not to mention all the personal accolades our athletes received. Congratulations to all our athletes. Thank you for representing the College of the Desert so well and with pride. Thank you, Dean Plunkett, Director Pacheco, the entire team at the athletic department, our kinesiology and sports medicine students, Dr. Meraz, thank you for all you do for our athletes. Mr. Silva, thank you for the updates. Please keep them coming. I love them. Finally, this week I attended the California Indian Nations College Family Night. What a nice evening that was. Let me say that I was so grateful for the partnership established with them, and we're thankful to them for choosing us to be the institution they partnered up with. What an honor. What an honor it is to interlock with such a beautiful mission. Congratulations to all their graduates. I would like to end with a message to our Black, Brown, Native American, Asian, and other students of color. It is a shame what is going on in this country as it relates to racism and the lengths people will go because they have so much hatred in their hearts. It's quite sad, actually. America really needs education in ethnic studies. However, even here at an institution of knowledge, we have work to do. I would like to say that we condemn the racist attacks on our Black student population here on campus. That is not tolerable. There is no place for hatred at College of the Desert. We are working to rectify and ensure those things never happen again. We're here to educate and spread love, not hatred. So I say to our students of color, you have a home here. You're welcome here. We love you. You help make College of the Desert what it is. Congratulations to all our graduates and all those that are receiving a certification. Your community is extremely proud of you. I'm so excited to see you all at commencement on Tuesday. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Garcia for the president report.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Student Trustee Ireland. Your intelligence, grace, and drive inspires me. You make me really proud, and I want to thank, obviously, the board. I will be concise since what I was going to share has been shared this morning, but I want to make sure that I express tremendous gratitude to all employees at College of the Desert. The success of our students, obviously, yes, it is based on their resiliency and commitment, but it's also based on your support. It makes me really proud to serve alongside you because we're committed to collectively contributing to the success and betterment of this community through education. So I feel honored and privileged to serve alongside all of you and thankful to the board for their support. Next slide, and obviously congratulate all the students who are graduating. Next slide, please. So I will be very brief. This morning, I wanted to make sure that I especially highlighted the successes of our athletic teams. And Trustee Pettis has done that very well. So I will be brief, and essentially, it's important that this morning we honor them. We honor the entire team that supports them. That's our coaches, obviously the entire staff, the dean that's overseeing that area, the athletic director, everyone that contributes. Next slide, please. So tennis team, I will not share much other than we're going to have an opportunity to engage with them. They're here. I'm excited to see them and excited to feel the energy that they bring into the space that they're in. So congratulations to them. Next slide. Softball, women's softball. They finished the season with a 12-26 overall record. And the Roadrunners had 2 first-team all-conference selections and 3 second-team all-conference selections. So congratulations to women's softball. Next, golf. College of the Desert claimed the Orange Empire Conference Inland Division title, finished 3rd in the conference and 5th in Southern California. Congratulations to them. Beach volleyball finished the season with a 10-10 overall record. Excellent. Next slide. Males baseball team did amazing. It had been 51 years since we had not been in the place that we were this year. So they claimed their 7th conference title and the first in 51 years since 1971. And tennis, I want to especially acknowledge the coach. I want to acknowledge her resiliency, her commitment. For those of you that are not aware, she is from Ukraine, and through this entire horrible situation that has been taking place, it has been very difficult for her, but yet she continued to coach our students. She continued to try to support them, and it is truly great that her mother is now here safe with her. So we honor her, we honor the students, and they did excellent. Next slide. I want to make sure that I highlight that we had an amazing opportunity to engage with our faculty and classified team members. We held breakfast events in their honor. I want to make sure that I thank everyone that contributed to organizing these events, especially thank my team and HR and obviously the management team that supported the effort. We celebrated on the Palm Desert site on May 11th. We celebrated in Palm Springs on May 12th and at the Indio site on May 16th. So thank you very much to all the employees. And I'll conclude with the monthly activities. I'm not going to obviously review each of them. These are only some of the activities I participated in, but the picture that you see here is a picture of our yoga class that is led by our students who are essentially practicing to become the best yoga instructors in the Coachella Valley. So it was amazing to be able to participate with them, learn from them. Next slide. And this picture highlights, well, there's 2 pictures. One of them being the SINC, California Indian Nations College Family Night. This was yesterday. Trustee Gonzalez was there as well, and the faculty that were there obviously are showcased in this picture, but I did want to share that they honored us and provided us this recognition. And just as Trustee Pettis mentioned, They were so grateful to us, but frankly, we are the ones that received the gift by being there, by being in their presence, by being able to experience their rich cultural and spiritual, um, honestly, energy. It was incredible. And then the other picture includes um, a celebration where I was honored as the 2022 education champion for the Inland Empire. And extremely humbled, honestly, grateful to the community, and grateful to have the opportunity to serve at College of the Desert, to serve this community, and humbled. I feel proud, honestly. This morning I feel just tremendously proud and grateful for everything. So that concludes, well, there's one more slide. Reminder, commencement is on May 25th at 7:30. We do have the spring RN pinning ceremony on May 27th, and the Public Safety Academy spring graduation on May 27th as well. So congratulations to all graduates and to all the team members. You all contribute in one way or another. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Moving on to item number 6, public updates. 6.01, we have a proclamation on Mental Health Awareness Month. At this time, I would like to invite our very own student trustee, Ireland Olson, to read the proclamation. I know this is a personal passion subject for her, and thanks to her dedication to raising awareness, this will be a proclamation and will continue to be recognized annually moving forward. Go ahead, Ireland, whenever you're ready.
Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in the United States since 1949, and in April 2022, the White House released a proclamation on National Mental Health Awareness Month 2022. And whereas in fall 2020, the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act was passed by Congress, establishing 988 as a 3-digit nationwide mental health and suicidal crisis number to be available in communities by July 2022. And whereas even before the pandemic, millions of Americans were experiencing stress, trauma, anxiety, and heightened levels of depression, and the COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated those conditions. And whereas College of the Desert offers a number, and whereas despite disturbing data trends that show dramatic increases in cases of depression and suicide attempts, especially among women, less than half of Americans struggling with mental illness receive the treatment they need, even fewer within minority and socioeconomically challenged communities. And whereas College of the Desert offers a number of no-cost mental health-related services to students, including confidential mental health counseling, brief preventative intervention, evaluations and screening, on-campus and off-campus referrals for specialized services. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that we all have an important role to play in supporting our community members living with mental health conditions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all of the faculty, staff, and students to promote and join in the observances throughout the Desert Community College District, city, state, and nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. Item number 6.02, proclamation for Foster Care Awareness Month. At this time, I would like to invite Gabriela Godino Martinez, Foster Youth Counselor, to introduce our student reader.
Thank you. Good morning. Buenos dias.
Yes.
Stephanie Monroy is one of our student workers and the president of our campus club, Fostering Knowledge. Stephanie has been attending College of the Desert since 2017 and has since come a long way. Stephanie will be graduating on Wednesday and transferring to California State University, San Bernardino in the fall. She hopes to earn a bachelor's degree in psychology. Jasmine Lopez is a health science major at College of the Desert. She began her studies in 2021.
She will be the first person in her family to graduate from college. Jasmine is graduating with academic distinction next week. She is a parent to two beautiful boys, ages 6 and 8. With the support of foster youth services, her dedication, and resiliency, she has overcome many obstacles to reach her academic goals. Foster Youth Services is very proud of the accomplishments of these two young ladies. We are excited for their future and can wait to see what is in store for them. Thank you. Proclamation National Foster Care Month. Whereas National Foster Care Month has been observed in the United States in 1988 and in April 2022, the White House released a proclamation of National Foster Care Month 2022, and whereas National Foster Care Month celebrates foster youth and the people who provide them with love and support. It is our duty to help vulnerable children and child welfare professionals and the families they serve with the resources they need to thrive. And whereas children and families of color have been disproportionately overrepresented in the foster care, it is essential that we invest in cultural supportive services to nurture all children and families who are impacted by the child welfare system. And whereas COVID-19 pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on young people in foster care, increasing funding at the national level will help foster youth who are aging out of the system to access services to stay in school, participate in job training programs, pay rent and other bills, and transition to adulthood.
And whereas College of the Desert offers former foster youth a safe, welcoming environment at the Foster Youth Center in which to thrive, offering academic, career, transfer, and personal counseling, Priority 1 registration, assistance with student educational plans, textbook assistance, assistance with Chafee grant application, on-campus nutritional support, computer lab and printing, grant and scholarship assistance, monthly support meetings, weekly fostering knowledge club meetings, and referrals to county and state agencies for housing, instability, and food insecurity. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that we all have a vital role to play in supporting our students who were in foster care at some point in their lives. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares May 2022 as National Foster Care Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all faculty, staff, and students to promote and join in on the observances throughout the Desert Community College District, city, state, and nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie and Jasmine. Item number 6.03, Adjunct Faculty of the Year Award. At this time, I would like to ask Professor Corrales Coto to come up to the speaker's table. And invite Michael Gladich, a CODA representative, to assist us with presenting the award.
Professor Corrales Coto was born and raised in the Coachella Valley and is a proud alumna of College of the Desert. She enjoys working with students and has assisted many individuals at the Eastern Valley and Palm Desert campuses, in the Career Center as the Career Center Specialist, in DSPS, and with the Business Makerspace Project. Professor Corrales Coto has been teaching at COD for 5 years as an adjunct in both computer information systems and business, and she enjoys her role as an educator and excels at developing her courses into positive learning environments where students thrive. Professor Corrales Coto also serves as one of the distance education and instructional design coordinators. In this role, she teaches the DE certification course and assists faculty in instructional design and online certification. Additionally, She serves as a member of the DE subcommittee and local poker team. Finally, Professor Corrales Coto is grateful to assist with the many COD events that support COD students and community members of the Coachella Valley. The College of the Desert Adjunct Association is honored to present Professor Christina Corrales Coto as Adjunct of the Year for 2021-2022, and truly appreciates her consistent contributions when working with students, faculty, and staff at COD. Congratulations, Christina.
Thank you, Mr. Gladich. On behalf of the board, congratulations, Professor Corrales Coto. This recognition is for you. You're very welcome. All righty, moving on to item number 6.04. I would like to extend a very, 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 very big congratulations to our College of the Desert men's tennis team who won the Triple C Double A state championship.
Good job, guys.
At this time, I would like to recognize our undefeated defending state champions and invite Andre Pacheco, Director of Kinesiology and Athletics, to present to the team.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize our men's tennis team. As earlier mentioned, Gotcha, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize our men's tennis team for a very historic season. As mentioned earlier, undefeated, 18-0 throughout the whole season, including playoffs. Earned the title of champions for the Inland Empire Athletic Conference, as well as they're reigning champions. They won back in 2019, as there was no champion back in 2020 due to the pandemic in 2021 as well. During this time, I'd like to recognize our actual individuals of this team, and as well as some of their accolades. Marco Alvarez, he was a state finalist in the singles and doubles, junior college All-American for singles and doubles, as well as earned the title for most outstanding player of the year within the conference. Raimundo Chavez, basically his partner when it came to doubles, very much the same accolades, state finalist for singles and doubles, All-American for singles and doubles, as well as all-conference. John Dick, all-conference within for men's tennis. Gerardo Dominguez, Ita Ishikawa, junior college doubles All-American, as well as all-conference. Elvis Leon Soriano, Jesse Ma, who is a junior college doubles All-American, as well as all-conference. Matthew Shaw, all-conference as well, and Elijah Strode. As well as a couple side things for them, a couple individuals academically. Marco Alvarez has a scholarship to San Diego State to continue his academic and athletic career. And then Raimundo Chavez has multiple offers from multiple Division I universities as well. He's just taking his time to decide, obviously, which is perfectly fine. But overall, this team provides a very great example of what it means to be a student athlete, especially in today's the times that we live in right now, as they had a season canceled on them back in 2020. Yeah. We're waiting to see what happened for 2021, and then came back arguably stronger than ever in 2022 to pursue and get after it, excuse me, again on the court. So, thank you for all the support for the college to make this all happen, as well as it takes a team effort, certainly. At this time, I hand it off to our student athletes, see if they want to provide any words for here on behalf of the team.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank College of the Desert, of course. It's been a really great season. Obviously, a lot of great teammates. Half of our team isn't here, though. Marco Alvarez, Elijah Stroh, they're out playing pro events, representing, so they're doing good stuff. Gotta thank our coach, Guy Fritz. He led us to the promised land, so it's what we needed. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect to come out here, to be honest. I was originally at USC, but a little thing called COVID happened, so needless to say, I found my way here, and I gotta say, it's one of the best decisions of my life. The classes here, the faculty, the teachers are all amazing. I mean, I'm paying $8,000 for a class at USC that I can get for free. Actually, I get paid to go to school here, and there's no difference. In fact, I would say it's better. So everything here has just been, it's a wonderful experience. The Coachella Valley has been really cool to just learn. It's really hot, which has been good though. I mean, we've been trained to practice in 99-degree weather. Other teams that come up here, they can't handle the heat, so we swipe them, you know? So it's been a really great season overall. Obviously, we got a very diverse cast, so I think we've done our job, and thank you guys for supporting us, and yeah, let's go Runners, come on. Anyone else? No?
Sorry, one last thing I forgot to mention. Guy Fritz also earned the honor of Conference Coach of the Year in men's tennis. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Andre, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Coach. I think I can speak for everyone here and say that your achievement deserves another round of applause. So, congratulations to our men's tennis team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Wait, do we want to take a picture? I think we want to take a picture. I want to take a picture. I don't know about y'all.
Gentlemen, if you stand probably up here, come around. Okay, perfect. Follow me right this way. Oh. Come down. Oh, that works too. So I think we are still going to stand up here.
Every day can be a better day despite the challenge. All you gotta do is leave it better than you found it. It's gonna get difficult to stand, but hold your balance. I just say whatever, cause there is no way around it. Everyone falls down sometimes, but you just gotta know it'll all be fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, feeling good, like I should. When in dark, walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday best. Hey, some days you wake up and nothing works, you feel surrounded. Gotta give your feet some gravity to get you grounded. Keep good things inside your ears just like the waves and sound it. And just say whatever, cause there is no way around it. Everyone falls down sometimes, but you just gotta know it'll all be fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, feeling good, like I should. When in dark, walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday best. Hey, feeling good, like I should. When in dark, walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed.
Thank you, everyone, for indulging us there for a second. We had to. That was so cool. Congratulations to our tennis team again. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 7, consent agenda. Item 7.01, consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. I would like to start by requesting to pull item 8.01 and item 10.07 for individual consideration. Do any of my other colleagues have any other items they would like to pull?
Yes, Chair Perez, I'd like to pull items 8.02, 8.03, 8.04, 8.05, and 8.06, and they could be taken up together.
Okay.
And then I'd also like to pull 10.06.
10.06.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 10.02.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez, any items that you would like to pull?
So just for now, to reiterate, 8.01, 8.02, 8.03, 8.04, 8.05, 8.06, 10.02, 10.06, and 10.07. Okay, it's included under 10.2? Yes.
We good? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan and a second by trustee Wilson. Roll call vote, please, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Did we lose trustee Yant? Trustee Yant, are you there still?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item number, I guess it'd be 8.01. Board Policy 3432, bullying and abusive conduct, first reading. The reason why I pulled this item is because I think our student commenter,
Mr. Chair.
Michael, brought up a lot
Mr.
of.
Chair, you
Yes.
need a motion to approve and then
Oh, okay.
second, and then you can start, sir.
Thank you, Carlos. I don't know what
apologies
I would
for
do
the
without you, man.
interruption.
May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Wilson and a second by trustee Stefan. We need a roll call vote now, Carlos?
No, discussion.
No, sir, now you can do your
Okay,
discussion.
now we can do discussion. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the reason why I pulled this is because I think our student commenter, Michael, had a lot of good, and made a lot of solid points. I would like to invite, is Dr. Galindo available?
Hello.
Hi, thank you for coming up. I'm not sure if you were able to take note of what it is that our student, the points that our student brought up, but I think he brought up a lot of solid ones. Would we be able to consider those for our board policy?
Yes, we will be able to consider, it's actually Dr. Silvera, he's our faculty
Oh,
member.
I'm sorry.
So he's actually our faculty member, but yes, we will be able to. The initial intent of the drafted policy as it's written for the first reading, and I got to make sure that we understand it's the first reading, is that it aligned with what the current California Education Code has stated in terms of bullying specifically for students. So what the district's intent was to align it with this BP with standing ed code and other applicable legislation. Luckily for us, Dr. Silvera and I actually had a very good conversation about this yesterday, and I understand his concerns and what he brought forward today during public comment. But we can definitely take that into consideration and bring it back to you all for the second reading.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Galino. And Dr. Silvera, I'm so sorry. I am so embarrassed.
would
Oh.
think it's a compliment to look.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You get old like me, I never get confused for a student.
That was awkward. Okay, so item number 8.02. Do we have a motion?
We have a motion on the floor, but I'd like to participate in the discussion.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
If is anyone else on campus that would like to give input onto this, I would encourage that. It's because this is a first reading, and we will be bringing it back for a second reading. So I guess they could get a hold of Dr. Galindo?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Contact her or the president's office to let their concerns or comments be known.
Yes, they could contact BP Galindo, and her and I work very closely and we'll make the final edits before we bring it for action.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on item 8.01? Carlos, what would be the next appropriate step?
Now you would take a vote, sir, as a first reading.
Okay. President Garcia, will you call roll call vote, please?
Student trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 8.02. Do we have a motion?
If I could, I'd like to make the motion as 8.02, 8.03, 8.04, 8.05, and 8.06 combined. And I'll make that motion. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and second. And we'll open up for discussion.
I just wanted to congratulate each of these people. I think that they've all worked so diligently and so hard and so tirelessly for the college over the years that they needed to be recognized as a part of an action item. And so congratulations to Dr. Basil Augustine. Congratulations to Marissa Benuelos, Professor Marissa Benuelos. Congratulations to Robin Best, Professor Robin Best, excuse me. Congratulations to our counselor Sandra Hoff and to the associate Vida Rosedin.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan, and I think we echo as a board that congratulations. If there's no more discussion, roll call vote, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be also appropriate to thank the families of the staff members who are no longer with us and thank them for allowing their loved ones to be part of our family here. And, just thank them for sharing their family member with the students in the college.
Of course, Trustee Gonzalez, thank you for that. Those words are well taken. Okay, I'm ready to entertain a motion for item number 10.02.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Mr. Chair, this is actually item number 8 under 10.02.
Yes, thank you.
It is the support with the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. Could we get a brief report on?
Yes, we have Dr. Tafoya who will provide some responses, and we have Mr. Wallace online to answer questions as well. So if you could provide just a brief overview, Dr. Tafoya, and then the board could proceed with asking questions directly to Mr. Wallace.
Certainly. Hello. This item is coming before you because last year during the discussion, the board requested that we do an annual review of the agreement with our Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. The amount of the agreement per year is $15,000. And I have provided a summary of the items that include internship placement and overall increase of the breadth of the economic businesses that we see here in Coachella Valley, which go hand in hand with our instructional programs and how we would feed into them. And then if you have specific questions about how CVAP functions, we have Mr. Wallace on Zoom for you.
Joe, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, this is Aurora Wilson. I pulled the item and I read the report on it and the follow-up, and I just wanted to thank you for working with staff. I have a better understanding of how these funds will be used and College of the Desert's role and your work with College of the Desert thus far. So I look forward to continuing to work with CVAP. So thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
That concludes my remarks.
Is there any more discussion or comments on the matter?
Chairman Perez,
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Yant.
Joe, I've had the opportunity to work with CBEP for many, many years. And my concern is that in recent years, the support and interaction with CBEP has not been at the level it should be. And I'm disappointed in that level. Not saying that I'm disappointed with CBEP or with what it can do, but I'm just disappointed with the current level of support because I think it can be more.
I would love to make that happen. You let us, you guys are our institution that's going to train a lot of the future workforce, and we're trying to create jobs of the future. And I welcome the opportunity to do anything that I can or to direct staff to cooperate with you to do things that make the College of the Desert better, more impactful, and to help diversify our economy.
Well, I'd like to see more emphasis on what is done locally than bringing in industries to the valley. I think it's important to sustain and build the programs that COD has and will build. So I'd like to see more support from that area.
You're familiar with our iHubs?
Yes. Oh, yes.
At least 95% of our work is with startup companies that are generated in the Coachella Valley. That's why I was recruited to come out, was because I was a entrepreneur in my previous life, and I've done startups myself. And we've brought nearly 100 startups up since I started here 10 and a half years ago. We also extensively work with existing businesses. We do very little in attraction, and there's reasons for that, but that's not our prime focus.
And how many have those employed?
The last count was about 175.
Okay.
One company has 340, but they're not all here. They're making use of telecommuters that are in other places that are developing apps for them.
Okay.
Is there any other questions, comments, or on the matter? No? Okay. Roll call vote, President Garcia.
Just a minute. I believe there's other items within item 10.2 that there's questions on.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez, is that what you had a question on?
Yes, I would recommend, Mr. Chair, if we could maybe table that one, only because I did request some documents and they weren't available until this morning, right before we started. So I just would like an opportunity to read through it. What caught my attention is I think it expired in 2021. So I'm not sure like where the gap is. That's one question that I do have. And I see that it's extended through 2026. So, just me being, here for the time that I've been, there's so much about a lot of the campuses that I'm learning more and more of, and I really just want an opportunity to educate myself on what are these agreements, what does it say, and again, only because we receive the information, in such a short time frame.
So for
Are you referring to the
clarification?
CVEP agreement?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay.
So can we pull up that item again, Miguel, please? So if you scroll down, I want to make sure the two items you requested information, Desert Mist is one of them. If you scroll up now, sorry. So item 3, correct? And this is just to explain to you, it's revenue to us, and I understand you would like to review it. So obviously, that'll be your decision as a board if you decide to postpone that item, table it. And then the other item that you requested information on was the One Future Coachella Valley contract as well. So I just want to make sure that the board understands that the request is to table those items.
Okay, so the request is to table item number 1 and 10 point, Carlos, can you help me? How do I word this?
Yeah, so if you could, my apologies, Dr. Garcia, I caught that the Desert Mist was item 3, number 3. So I'm asking that question, sir, because we need to name them, but I don't know what the number of the first one you said.
Number 1, One Future
One
Coachella
Future,
Valley
okay,
under
got it.
expenditure contracts agreements, and number 3 under revenue agreements.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, what you would need to do is, the best solution I would suggest is that you currently have a motion on the table to approve the contracts and agreements. It sounds like Trustee Gonzalez would like to amend that to postpone item number 1, expenditure contract agreements, and number 3 in revenue. And so that would alter the motion to allow you to extract those 2 items and postpone that. So when you vote, you would be voting to approve, and then you could take a second vote to postpone those items to the next meeting, or you could do it in the same vote. So you would basically say you're moving to approve all items except expenditure number 1 and revenue number 3.
Chairman Perez,
Yes, Trustee Yap?
to complicate your life, I'd like to have a separate vote on CVAP.
Thank you.
Then I would recommend a motion to divide, sir. And what you would do is take items, expenditure 1 and revenue 2, 3, sorry. So that would be 1 vote. The second vote would be to extract the CVEP item, and then the third would be to do the rest. So the motion to extract would be to postpone. The second one would be to, approve, and then the third one would be to approve as well. And I can walk you through all that. I know you just want to
Yeah, if you
divide
don't
them all
mind.
out.
So I guess I'm entertaining a motion to,
So I would ask if there are any objections to dividing the way that you've,
oh, I see. Are there any objections to divide?
No.
and then you would ask if, do you have a motion
Is there a motion on the table?
to postpone item
To
expenditure
postpone
1 and revenue 3?
Item, expenditure contract 1 and revenue 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Gonzalez and a second by Trustee Stefan. And so now we vote.
Now you discuss that item.
Now we discuss those items
and then take a vote.
and we take a vote. So Trustee Gonzalez, you made your comments. You'd like to table these items for a next meeting, correct? Okay. Is there any objections? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd just like to ask, is there any urgency on any of these?
Going to defer to BP Vermont and BP Baker because one of those is under your area. Is there any urgency? Can you come up to the podium, please? State yes or no. And if yes, provide your explanation.
We do not have a sense of urgency from the one I'm.
Thank you.
No, we can extend to, or we can go to the next one as far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we need a roll call vote for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And now, I believe I'm ready to entertain a motion for individual consideration of item number 8 within, is that contracts and expenditures?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Yant. Is there a second?
I'll second.
For clarity, is that a motion to approve?
Yes, what is the motion?
To separate.
It's a motion to
Approve?
consider individually, correct?
No, you already did that under
Yes.
the motion to divide. So now
okay.
you're taking that motion. So we need to understand what trustee Yant wants to do.
I was suggesting a vote on that item, so
You already have a vote on that item, sir. We need to know if you're in favor. We want the action to be to approve or something different.
well, if the motion to approve, then we can vote on that, yes.
Okay. Did you, trustee Yant, did you make a motion to approve because you were? or
So
did-
that we can vote on it, yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
It was second.
And it was seconded by, I think, trustee Stefan. Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, President Garcia, roll call vote.
Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Mr. Chair, would you kindly clarify, so the motion is to approve this item? Okay.
Correct.
Then my vote is yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
No.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez? So the motion carries with a 5-1 vote.
4-1.
Student
Oh,
trustee.
yeah, thank you.
Yes.
All righty.
One more to go, sir. Just the rest of them. The rest of the consent agenda.
I thought I was out of the woods.
You're doing fantastic.
Okay, now I'm ready to entertain a motion to approve the consent items as approved. Or as presented, I'm sorry. Is there a second?
What are we doing?
We're approving the other consent items that we didn't discuss.
Oh, the ones that we didn't pull out. Okay. From 10.02, right?
Correct.
No.
So just for clarification, it's all other items except the 3 that were,
That we pulled.
2 that were pulled and 1 that was voted on separately.
Okay.
Roll call, is there a roll call vote?
So let me make sure so we got the motion and the second? Did we get a motion and a second?
We didn't second it all.
Is there?
So who did?
I'll move.
Okay. And the second?
Second.
Okay. And we'll proceed with vote. Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All righty, moving on to item 10.06. Do I have a motion for discussion?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second, Wilson?
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan, a second by trustee Wilson. Is there any discussion on the matter?
The reason I wanted it pulled was I just wanted to have a very brief explanation on unrestricted general funds because it looked very suspicious when I first looked at this and I asked for clarification, and I think other people may have similar questions. The capital outlay has decreased so considerably, and supplies and materials has increased so much. Could you give us the brief explanation of that, please?
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. I don't have the specific details, and I would have to get back to you as to which programs, but in general, what it is, in the restricted programs, they're usually trying to get their money spent by the end of the fiscal year, and a lot of times they're doing late year adjustments to realign their budgets to their operational needs for the, as they get closed out towards the current year.
But is the capital outlay instructional equipment decreased because of the no longer the major need because we've returned to classes?
Yeah, that's actually an increase. You know, typically, again, a lot of times it says that capital outlay, but that instructional equipment, it's things like computers and.
Yeah, that decreased, and the supplies and materials is the part that increased. And that, I would assume, was because we returned to class, and so now they have other supplies and materials that they need?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussions or questions? Okay, hearing none. President Garcia, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson? Aye. Trustee Gonzalez? Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 10.07. I'd like to make a motion myself to open it up for discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second from Trustee Stefan. Dr. Garcia, can we have an explanation on why we pulled this item?
Yes, VP Ramont will provide that.
Thank you, Chair. Perez. Board, with this, we bring this every quarter. We're required to report a quarterly report for the first 3 quarters, and then we do our final report in September. This is our quarterly status update. And right now, it's pretty much on track with where we expect it to be. Our expenditures right now, we're at about 70% of our expenditures for the year have been made and recorded. And again, this is as of March, at the end of March. We start doing projections at this point. And again, we're not seeing anything that's terribly unusual. We expect to end fairly close to where we were budgeted. The things that we're watching, our cash is in really good position, but we're watching the FTS, of course, because that drives our revenue in the long run. If you look at in Section 2, the annualized attendance FTS, you know, it shows our history and where we're at right now. And our FTS are up a little bit from where we were expecting, or what we'd projected back in P1, which is back in the fall. So we're positive on that. But we're looking at it carefully because we need to get that back up to above 10,000 again so that we can maintain our middle college status. We get additional base funding for maintaining that. So that's something through enrollment management we're watching very carefully. And then as far as everything else goes, those are the main things. You know, as we're planning, we're looking at what the governor's budget did, which again, we're in a strange time. None of the rules that have always traditionally played are in play anymore. And, you know, we're in this time where we have decreasing workload and yet increasing revenues. And that's, that party train I don't expect is going to last forever. And especially as we're looking at the inflation numbers that we've seen, and you've seen what's happening in the stock market, we want to be very careful and cautious moving forward. It's very important for us to stabilize and grow our enrollment, but we're also trying to maintain prudent reserves, and where we're at in our projections, we still expect to maintain that in the current year and going forward.
Thank you, VP Ramont, for that explanation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I just wanted to add a comment, if I may, that the numbers, they're certainly not unusual, given what we've just been through. Community colleges all across the country are experiencing a dip in their FTEs, but we're on our way with different strategies to bring those numbers back up. Thank you.
I just want to be assured that as soon as we really fully understand the governor's budget, that next month we will have an update, or the following month,
Yeah, we'll be
when things are
presenting,
finalized a little more.
yeah, we'll be presenting the tentative budget next month. And we still expect there's going to be major revenues at the state level that we still won't understand until all the trailer bill language is done through the summer. And so the tentative budget may have a little more adjustment to the final budget than it usually does. But, you know, right now there's a lot of money that showed up last week that nobody was really expecting and not quite understanding how it's going to be applied. So we'll definitely be continuing to update you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's important to note that most of that funding is one-time funding. So you will receive a full explanation of what we know up to, obviously, the June board meeting.
Thank you, Vice President Ramon.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready to roll call vote. President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson? Yes. Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, awesome. And so at this time, we're gonna go ahead and take a little break. We're gonna recess for 10 minutes. Trustees, I ask that you're back and ready to go at 11:38. Thank you. item 13.02, resolution number 052022-3, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District approving a new markets tax credit financing transaction for the construction of the Child Education Center in Indio, and authorizing the execution of necessary documents and taking certain actions with respect thereto. Did I mess up?
We just missed one, but we can go back to it.
Miss 13.01.
Oh, man.
I think since you're on that one, continue with it, and you
Yeah.
could come back to 13.01.
So move.
Is there
So
a
you don't
second?
have to repeat it.
Second, oh, go ahead.
Okay, and we will now conduct a public hearing on the new market tax credit program for the Indio City Child Development Center. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to approve the resolution. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes on the topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on the subject, regardless of the number of speakers at one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Would speakers, attendees who wish to address this item, please come forward, comment now in the chat field, or select the raise your hand button to speak. Miguel, please set a timer for 1 minute to allow speakers to come forward. Armando, do we have any speakers on the item?
We have one at this time, but I believe we are giving a minute to see if anyone else requests to speak as well. Chair Perez, if you are ready, we can allow our first speaker to begin here.
Yes, please.
Excellent. Okay, we have Michael Alderdice, and we are moving him over here shortly. Michael, you should be live.
Good morning, all. How are you?
Great, thank you. Whenever you're ready, Michael.
Okay, excuse me. Would you like me to present 13.02?
He's the expert that provides us guidance. Hi, Michael. We're at the point where we're taking comments for the public hearing. Thank you for being on standby in the event the trustees have questions.
Certainly, thank you so much.
So I take it there were no public,
There are no additional requests to speak.
okay. Do we have any questions from the board for Michael?
Just, Mr. Chair, if we could have a brief summary?
Sure. If you would, please, Michael?
Mr.
Of
Chair.
course.
Mr. Chair, you need a motion first to, so having conducted the public hearing, top of.
Yes, of course.
8.
Thank you, Carlos.
So move.
Is there a second? You have a motion by trustee Stefan and a second by trustee Gonzalez. I guess we open it up for questions, discussion now. And Michael, would you please provide a brief summary for us?
Of course. This transaction is similar to the new market transaction that the college did, excuse me, in 2014 for the Indio site. This is, excuse me, this is a new market tax credit financing, which basically gives approximately 20% grant to qualified construction projects. This is such a project. The grant comes through a investment by a tax credit investor. We have secured U.S. Bank as the tax credit investor. These transactions are unreasonably complicated, but each step of the way is there for a reason, primarily tax reasons. The impact of this tax credit financing will be that funds will be invested by the investor. The college will make a loan using funds that are not bond funds. Ultimately, that money, those monies will be paid to the college, reimbursing it for its loan and providing approximately, my understanding is a $3.5 to $4 million subsidy to the project. So when this new market structure remains in place for 7 years, at the end of 7 years, it is, excuse me, it is unwound. It is no longer. By that time, the tax credit investor has received all of its benefit from its tax credits. There's no further reason to continue the transaction, and it is unwound. Part of the transaction and the reason for the public hearing is that in order to benefit from the tax credits, the new market borrower, which in this case is a special purpose entity created for just this for the 2014 transaction will be used here, needs to have an ownership interest. It's a fiction, but the college will enter into a capital lease with the special purpose entity. It's called Desert College Financing Corporation. The capital lease will be a long-term lease. At the time that the capital lease is entered into, the borrower, that is Desert College Financing Corporation, will pay for the capital lease all of the costs incurred to date. That is the acquisition, plus pre-development, plus whatever actual construction costs. And it will be obligated throughout the course of the construction period to reimburse the college for its costs incurred. So that at the end of your construction period, the college would have received all of the benefit from the new market tax credit financing. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for that overview. Is there any other questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and maybe Bonnie, you can, Trustee Stefan, you can help me because we were both back in trustees at that time. Wasn't there, and I'm trying to turn back the clock here, wasn't there a nonprofit component to this where nonprofit agencies were able to benefit from some funds from that, from the creation of this new market tax credit?
We had a board member that sat on a committee for the selection of the nonprofit each of the years.
Is that the same here?
Is that
Michael?
the same procedure that will happen?
Mm-hmm.
Who would have a response to that? John White, can you proceed, please?
You know, it may have been, I'm sorry, it may have been in 2014 that a portion of the proceeds were paid to nonprofits, but I was not involved in that, and I'm not certain about that.
Thank you, John White. So indeed,
John, will you speak into the mic, please?
Sure.
Sorry, thank you.
No, thank you. I take it it's on. So thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. A program in 2014, there was a requirement for participants in order to participate, there was a small contribution, if you will, from the project that resulted in a benefit to the community. And there was in that, there was a specific benefit for which the trustees helped decide. In the current program, there are no such requirements. There are no, it's not part of the current offering. So it's not a requirement and it's not part of the offering and therefore it's not present.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing no more discussion,
You
we'll
want
go
to-
ahead and proceed with the roll call vote.
Thank you. Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Backtracking a little bit here to item 13.01, resolution number 052022-2, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District making findings and determinations under AB 361 for continued virtual meetings. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.01 as presented?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. A roll call vote, please, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Alrighty. Moving forward to 13.03, resolution number 052022-4, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District approving the lease of real property and approving submitting a request for waivers to the Board of Governors in connection with the proposed lease of real property to be used for the Child Education Center, and authorizing and directing the execution of necessary documents and taking certain actions with respect thereto. We will now conduct a public hearing on the lease and waivers required by the New Market Tax Credit Program for the Indio Child Development Center. Following the public hearing, the board will take action to approve the resolution. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes on the topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on the subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Would speakers or attendees who wish to address this item please come forward? Comment now in the chat field or select the raise your hand button to speak. Miguel, will you please set a timer for 1 minute to allow speakers to come forward? Thank you, brother. Armando, do we have any speakers?
None at this time.
Okay, we'll give it until the time ends.
Chair Perez, there are no speakers wishing to speak on this item.
Okay. Having conducted the public hearing, do I have a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So move.
Yeah, we have a motion by trustee Stefan. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson? Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Item number 14, action on administrative services. 14.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item number 14.01 as presented?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson, trustee Wilson,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
trustee Perez.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item number 15, action on human resources. 15.01, equal employment opportunity, multiple method certification. Is there a motion to approve item 15.01 as presented?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none?
Could we just have a brief explanation?
VP Galindo will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. Before you today and for your consideration and approval is the Equal Employment Opportunity Multiple Method Allocation Certification Form. Sorry, that's a mouthful. This year, as in last year's, we are happy to report that we provided evidence to support meeting all 9 methods, including having a current and approved EEO plan. The district was able to continue its efforts in providing professional development opportunities focused on diversity, including the USC Race and Equity Institute cohorts, and workshops and trainings focused on microaggressions and stereotype threats and racism and racial inequalities. I am also happy to report that we have moved through our first reading of AP 7120, which has to do with recruitment and hiring through our CPC, which includes some updates to our hiring practices, after much work and input from our constituent groups. Additionally, as part of our continuing development, today the board will be receiving training focused on equity. However, we still have a lot of work to do as a district, and California Education Code and Title V require ongoing analysis of our workforce and applicant pools. As such, we hope to bring forward information back to the board that will not only highlight our current workforce data, as we have a study session scheduled later today for that, but also provide our analysis on our applicant pools. The district is scheduled to update and bring its EEO plan before the board for next year for approval. It's done every 3 years, so next year we'll be moving forward. The HR department will be working with the established diversity committee to review and recommend updates and changes. This year we'll be faced with new requirements, as there are proposed changes that to Title V that will not only need to be incorporated in our EEO plan and also our hiring practices, but in the timing of our process to approve our plan as well. I want to take this opportunity to actually thank my HR Human Resources staff for their hard work, especially for everything they had done prior to me joining College of the Desert, and in moving the diversity initiatives forward, as well as the diversity committee for their commitment and work on all of these objectives and the future work that they will help us accomplish through our EEO plan. I'm open to any other additional questions you may have at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Or VP Galindo. Okay, roll call vote. President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson, trustee Wilson,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
trustee Perez.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Alrighty, item 15.02, employment agreement for Director, Student Success and Outreach. It is recommended that the board approve the attached employment agreement for the Director of Student Success and Outreach. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement commencing on May 23rd, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, pursuant to Government Code 54953C. A summary of the terms of the agreement includes an annual base salary of $124,337.892, reflective of range 9, column 6 of the leadership salary schedule, as well as provisions for evaluation, fringe benefits, and transportation allowance comparable to other similar leadership employees. Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan,
Second.
second by trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call vote, please, President Garcia.
Student trustee Olson, Trustee Wilson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item number 16, action related to instruction. 16.01, resolution number 052022-1, agreement to establish reduced tuition program. Is there a motion to approve item 16.01 as presented?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Stefan. Is there a second?
Second. I think, Chair, just for the folks listening, if we could just get a brief
Of course, yeah.
description of what it is, but I will second the.
Okay, we have a second by trustee Gonzalez. Can we please, at the request of trustee Gonzalez, have an explanation on the item?
Dr. Butler, please.
Good morning.
Dr. Butler?
Dr. Butler, could you please hit your, yes.
Okay, there we go. Good morning. I'll start over. So this would be an extension of the Arizona Resident Reduced Tuition Program that was started in academic year 2019-2020. The idea being that the community colleges in the state of Arizona cut a lot of their athletics programs, and so in an attempt to attract a lot of those non-resident Arizona residents to COD to offer them reduced tuition at $138, so that, again, we can help them out, especially with the focus on our athletes, but it also will benefit any Arizona state resident. I pulled some data, and let's see, in 2019-2020, we had roughly 30 students take advantage of this. In 2020-21, it was 40 students, and then 21-22 back down to about 30. So we haven't hit 100 yet, but we can go up to 100 students who would benefit.
Thank you, Dr. Butler.
Yes,
I did read the item. I just think it's always beneficial just for.
Of course, thank
anyone
you.
listening. Thank you so much. Thank you for the stats. It's always good.
Thank you, Dr. Butler. We'll take all the students we can get. Item number 17, this is a.
Need a vote,
I'm
too.
so sorry. We need a roll call vote.
Student trustee Olson, trustee Wilson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yeah, aye.
trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, item number 17, information, the Board of Trustees, 17.01, May 2022 Capital Projects Report as per Resolution 012122-3. This item is brought forth to the board today as information. Are there any questions for from the board related to this information item? And we have Dr. Tafoya here to answer any questions.
Hello. I am here to call your attention to some updates in the now bi-monthly report that's responding to your resolution as such. And I have with me Ryan Lamb, who is a senior project director from Moss, in case there are any questions that we need to refer to. But if I could just ask you to look at the document, because as I've said before, this is our attempt to convey the information in a way that's understandable and to keep yourselves and the public informed of the progress of the capital projects. So for example, we have added occupancy to each one of the projected timelines. That is in the attempt to have the layperson understand that when you finish construction, it's not like services immediately begin in a building. You need time for occupancy, and during the occupancy, for example, you have checks of the work that was done, corrections, updates, equipment moves in, furniture moves in. It's the whole process to get ready to then provide services. I will also gladly make you aware that because of the progress that we've made on pages 5 and 6, which is the Palm Springs Development Project and Road Runner Motors, you will see updates to the timelines and the budgets as those have been presented previously this spring. And gladly, you will see new pictures for the Indio expansion and the Child Development Center in Indio, because we began laydown and site demolition in the week of April 25th. And the site grading and laydown of utilities for the Child Development Center, which you will see on pages 8 and 9. And then we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have as well.
Trustee Stefan?
Yeah, going over to Palm Springs Development Project, this is just phase 1 that we're talking about?
Yes,
Because we're
ma'am.
doing this in phases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is only phase 1 that we're,
Yes, and I thank you for the question, because that also allows me to clarify that the beautification that we're working on now in order to improve the just visual appearance of the property is also reflected in the picture that you see there. There is a windscreen that has gone up. All of the dead trees have been removed. We are having weekly cleaning and weed removal. And then we are working on additional provisions to just improve the appearance, like nice signage and things like that.
Any other questions from the board? No? Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Tafoya. Encourage the public to take a look. This is where you're gonna get the most up-to-date information as it relates to our construction projects. Okay, we're moving on to item number 18, study sessions. 18.01, supporting an equity-minded board of trustees by Dr. Regina Stanback Stroud. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Regina Stanback Stroud, CEO of RSS Consulting, to share this item.
Thank you.
Trustee Pettis, may I, meanwhile she prepares, I just would like to communicate to the board that it is such an honor to have Dr. Regina Stanback Stroud with us, especially as she will provide information to the board and guidance. For those of you that may not know her well, she is an icon. We are extremely grateful that she was willing to travel and come to present to the board and dialogue with you as we all learn together. So extremely thankful to you, Dr. Stanback Stroud.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Trustee Perez, members of the board, Dr. Garcia. Thank you so much for having me here. I want to say good morning to you all, or I should say by now, almost good afternoon to you all. And I want to start with that note of gratitude and let you know I come here after having dedicated about 35 years of my life's work to the education as a practice for freedom, people having access to education and being successful in education. I'm a retired chancellor. I've been a chancellor of a multi-college district, also a president of a college, which happened to have the same school colors, so I'm feeling very at home. I'm like, look at all this red and gold. I'm feeling very at home. I've served as a dean of workforce and economic development. I've been a faculty member, a longtime faculty member in nursing, and as well, I've served in local college governance, but also as the State Academic Senate for California Community College president. So I've know my way around the California Community College system and systems of higher education. My preparation is in the area of critical race theory. I studied how African American women navigate through predominantly white institutions and whether they lead for social justice using their own life experiences. And then I'm just gonna cap it off to say, look, I'm an old Black woman from the segregated South. And so I got an opinion about everything. But in doing so, I have had the opportunity to form the LLC that brings you this diversity, equity, and training and inclusion training. I do a lot of increasing our racial literacy. So with that, I'm gonna say, thanks so much. And over the next hour or so, I want to support you in your journey around racial and equity literacy, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I just have to take a moment also and say, it it is phenomenally rewarding and refreshing to be in a place where there is such a demonstration exhibit of collegiality and respect for each other. I thought I was in some, Never Never Land, because in every one of your presentations has been focused on students. There's been nothing but congratulations and respect and support. Listening, it's just been very, very refreshing and very impressive to be a part of this, so thank you. When we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, the reality is, and as the Center for Race and Ethnicity says, and it used to be CUE, which was the Center for Urban Education under Dr. Estela Bissamon, says that actually when you talk about equity, there are a lot of things that we can get into on equity detours. There are a lot of ways in which we can talk about, what we call the whataboutisms. Yeah, but what about what about people of poor, or what about people the gender, or what about, there's a lot of whataboutisms. But when you're talking about equity, in particular when we're talking about creating outcomes and experiences that are not predictable by race, then the race is central to it. So what does that bring us to? That means we're going to talk about race. So one, I shared some resources for you, a book, Ijeoma Oluo. She's one of my favorites. It's easily consumable. Once you start, you're not going to want to put it down, regardless of where you are on the ideological spectrum, regardless of where you are in your own journey. She's just plain and present, and is consumable. But what I also appreciate is that we have to remember, we basically are socialized under a dominant framework here. We're socialized under a dominant framework. We can make it up, but race is a social construction. And it has been hierarchized, and there's been pseudoscience that has said, who's better than who, and who's more intelligent than who's genetically inferior, et cetera. It's debunked, but the reality is we have systems and structures in place that make that possible, that perpetuate it. And so there's nothing in our dominant framework that can prepare us to have informed perspectives on this issue. We are gonna get it wrong. You're gonna say the wrong thing, you're gonna, oh my God, I don't want anybody to think I'm racist. Or you're gonna, oh my goodness, I said African American and not Black, and do I say Latinx, or do I say Chicana, Chicano, do I say, we're gonna get it wrong. And so one of the things that I commonly say is, let's give each other permission to be imperfect. Let's give each other permission. It just takes a generosity and spirit, because there's nothing over our dominant framework that gives us the ability to have such an informed perspective over one of the most complex issues over the last 4 or 5 centuries. So with that, let's get started. We did it. Thank you. All right. So one of the things I'm going to start with and say, the foundation for your racial and equity journey is, I'm taking you at your word, that you basically say to the community every day, you say, give me your most precious resources. Give me your young people, your retired people, your working people. Give me your precious tax dollars. And this is the commitment we make to you. And so you make a commitment to the community. So this is not something that you do because you want to be a good person, or it's the morally right thing to do. This is something you do because you're holding yourself accountable for the commitment you made to the community. And you said we will have excellent programs. Well, if you have programs where I can predict the outcomes by race, and you are not serving or as successful in teaching Black and brown students as you are in teaching white students, then it's the question that I ask, well, is that excellent? If 50% of your students are failing the math class when they come out of there, is that really excellent? Now, usually when I say that, the math people say, don't pick on us. That's the same thing that happens all over the nation. Not picking on us. I'm trying to jar us into seeing that is what we call the normality and the centrality of whiteness in a classroom, even if you can't see it. It is so neutral to the naked eye, you can't see it. And so we're not alarmed when Black and brown students are not successful. We're not alarmed. We do business as usual. We do all of our stuff. But I want to flip the script a little bit and say, if all of a sudden you came to work one day and you saw that consistently across your indicators, like your indicators show here, you saw consistently across your indicators
that you were less successful in serving white students. You were less successful in transferring students, that the gap, that the achievement gap, that somehow African-American students were doing much, much better than white students. There would be a look at that data and say, well, wait a minute now, look, because it's not normal and it should not be normal, right? And so that's the same thing I'm posing for you here. In your commitment, your accountability, your mission statement, the ability to get it right is to recognize the lack of normality around it. So as an equity-minded board, you start to interrogate those kinds of issues. You start to ask those kinds of questions. You start to turn the mirror to yourself and say, not why are students not succeeding, but what is it about our practices, processes, procedures, our policies that impacts a student's ability to get in, get through, and get out on time? That's the question you're asking. And somebody's gonna say, well, they're not prepared and they came from K-12. That might be true. But what is it about our practices, processes, and procedures that's impacting their ability to get in, get through, and get out on time? All right? And so that's how we increase our racial literacy. And then, let's just see here. So now, this is where I couldn't imagine that you would want to talk to me an hour about race and have me talk at you. But one of the reasons I'd always like to get people involved in different things is because working on equity and advancing in that equity journey, becoming an equity-minded board or individual or institution, it is not a spectator sport. It is not passive. It is something that we have to be engaged in. So this is where I say to you, take a stand. What I want you to do is on the walls behind you, there are pictures of students and quotes. I want you first of all to think of, why did you become a trustee? Why did you want to become a trustee? Okay. And then when you think about why you wanted to become a trustee, look at the pictures of the students and the quotes and stand by the one that most resonates with you for any reason. You can say it resonates with me because I like her hairstyle, or I like the shirt he's wearing. For whatever reason, find the one that most resonates with you, and then you're going to tell us why. The same pictures are on each side. So take a look. It's the ones with the pictures of the people. All right. What most resonates with you? Let me give you a few minutes to do that. And part of us doing this is grounding our thinking and our journey in students and our purpose. So what's your purpose? Trustee Adjunct has a copy of the student's quotes, so he's also able to pick one.
Trustee Yan, if you need to find that, it should be in your email, and if it's not, please just let me know.
Say that again? I know. Okay, I'll give you 30 more seconds.
I have the microphone so that if you're ready to respond,
yes,
if you could speak into the microphone so that the audience could hear.
All right. Okay, why don't we get started? Who would like to go first? Now, I know you all are trustees, and trustees like to talk, okay? But
Who told you that? I want to know. Where'd you hear that? I'm honestly saying that I don't think I can pick just one, but I do see a lot of the key things that led me to want to be in this role. I see young folks that are helping at home, caring for their parents. I see working mothers. I see a young man that was able to really capitalize on the virtual opportunities that COD provided. So For me, sorry, I can't pick one. I just, a little bit of everyone.
So if you think about the purpose in which you became a trustee, is there anything up there that aligns with that purpose?
All of it, it's opportunity for me.
All right.
It's just providing that opportunity. And, opportunity looks very different in my point of view, for everyone.
Claro que sí.
I don't think opportunity is a word that, means the same for all.
Absolutely.
It's like perfection and all that, all those words, right? It means something different.
Sure.
So I'll stop talking now.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put you on
Thank
the
you,
spot.
Trustee Gonzalez. Okay.
Well, I identified with Amanda Aguilera, and I went to Mount San Jacinto College, which is just over the hill here. But I had to fight to go to community college, and I was able to do it with a grant. And so all these years later, I just want people to know that, you can do something if you put your mind to it. And it also helped my family by having that extra money that came in that allowed me to go to school. I used some of the funds with gas and groceries and things like that, so I still live with my family at the time. So it was really, really helped out our family situation too as well. And I just want to be a role model to say that you can do that. too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Okay, Trustee Olson.
Yeah, I think Devin Shaw, he talked about the flexibility that COD allows in online classes and even in person. And that really helped me with working and different involvements.
That really resonated with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, and Trustee Safan.
I've been here for a long time.
Okay.
When I first ran for this board, I ran because it was not accessible to the students that I taught at the East End of the Valley. And so this one here, Janelle Williams, really resonated with me because she said that because of the pledge program and our EDGE program, that she is thankful to College of the Desert for making education easily accessible. I wanted my students to be able to go to college, the community college like I was able to go to. And so that was why I ran, that was why I stay here, and that really spoke to me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. All right, and Trustee Perez.
For me, I identified the most with probably Janelle Williams. For me, my grandparents came to this country with nothing, but they instilled in their children the value of education and the opportunities that would bring for them in the future, and that it was passed down to myself and my brother. And when I ran, I wanted to ensure that other individuals who grew up similar to myself would have the same access to opportunity that I was so lucky to have.
Awesome, awesome. And Trustee Yant. I think you muted.
There we go. The ones that I read, the phrase that caught my attention right away was to help you get where you want to be. And did you hear that?
Yes, to help you get where you want to be.
Yes.
And that was with which student?
Let's see, Devin Shaw.
With Devin. Well, thank you very much, Trustee Yant. And that kind of sums it up, because when we think about equity, thank you, trustees, please have a seat. When we think about equity, we think about, it's not only about giving students what they need to be successful. That's a commonly understood perspective around equity. It's also about making sure that you're looking not just at your personal perspective, but making sure, or the individual perspective, but making sure you're looking at the institutional barriers and removing the institutional barriers that students need you to remove in order for them to be successful. I also want to just make a comment and just acknowledge that as you did this little brief thing, if you're like many of the other people who engage in this little exercise, or like me, as I was, thinking through it, it's a little bit of an emotional experience. It takes you back to some things, and it also brings for you different ways in which you might have had struggles. It might bring actual people to mind that you've engaged with. And I want you to just take a moment and contemplate that the faculty and staff that are working with students every day, all day, have that experience that you just had, that little emotional experience, whether it was gratitude or sadness or whatever it might be, they have that experience all day, every day, because the students are right there with them. And the students are presenting what sometimes are intractable problems, like, where am I sleeping tonight? And there's a faculty member who's like, trying to, may not have access to all the different resources or even information to get them to the right place. So when faculty, for an example, or staff present to you and they, make demands about certain things, sometimes it might look like that these are some unreasonable things, or they're not really treating us too hot. I mean, I've been an administrator for a long time, and, sometimes people skills, as my son told me when he was 8, that when I was fussing at him, he told me I need to work on my people skills. But sometimes those people skills don't come through, but it is out of concern and passion and dedication and commitment to the students that you commonly will get those kinds of responses. So I try to keep that in mind as we are dealing with, different challenges in our different roles. I'm going to go to the next thing, because I want to bring us back to our being an equity-minded board. The vision for success goal that is in the state, you remember that whole accountability thing that I said, where you make a commitment to the community? Well, you also have a commitment to the state, and we're under the auspices of our state goals, our state guidelines, our state regulations, et cetera. And it says that we have to reduce the equity gaps across all of the measures through faster improvements among traditionally underrepresented student groups. And the goal is to cut that equity gap by 40%. And in other words, state not only put those regulations and the goals in place, but they put the money beside it as well. So you'll be looking at, what are your systems of accountability to make sure you're getting there? What questions are you asking as a board to make sure you're getting there? So for an example, I can tell you that as a CEO, and probably for you as a board, you've heard all kinds of things on program review. I will have, in my career, I've heard multiple program review presentations. And they always result in, and so we need more full-time faculty, we need more equipment, and we need better facilities. I don't care what the stuff is. I can write a program review result. That's what it's going to result in. The thing, though, is that you have to ask questions that say things like, have you looked at your student outcomes, and is it disaggregated by race? And what strategies are you interested in order to make those changes if you have those gaps? And how well are those strategies going? And I, as a person that is focused on that, or as a board that's focused on that, you'll ask those questions. You'll ask when you're getting the program review results and the evaluation results and all of those different types of things. Those are the kinds of questions that you as a board can ask if you want to be equity-minded. How is it playing here? What are the gaps? Why are we having these outcomes that are predictable by race? We know it's not related to the content of the melanin in their skin. We know it's not related to genetics, because race is a social construction. It's not a genetic construction. So what is it that gives us these outcomes that is predictable by race? And let me just start by saying that it's not the individuals or anybody not liking anybody. It is not because, somebody doesn't like, serving, Black and brown students. It is because we have structures in place that are designed to get exactly the outcomes that we get. We have structures in place, and it's an interlocking system. And not only do we have it in education, but it interlocks with every system, societal system. So, for an example, our education is funded by property tax values. Our property tax values are based on housing. Our housing is based on historic laws that said you can't live in this community and you can't have a deed over here. And we have the housing structures right now that show that, because when they struck down those laws, they didn't get rid of the deeds, right? So then we have certain housing areas. Then in those housing areas, then people get access to schools, but some housing areas have access to better schools. And then they come into our educational system, and then we test them to see just how great they are, right? And so we'll give them, placement tests and all kinds of things, and there's big debate about whether you get rid of, basic skills, et cetera. The big debate over placement and testing, et cetera. And then lo and behold, we're using systems that were set up by the education testing system, the education testing company, and the ETS. It does achievement tests, the placement tests, the SATs. It was an organization that was established and run by and validated and set up by eugenicists, by people who were part of the American Eugenist Society when it was not shameful to put it on. So it's on the resume. It's people from Stanford, Princeton, et cetera. Stanford actually gave it a lot of the legitimacy over the pseudoscience. So it's all set up. And then we don't have that historical perspective, and we use it, and then we say to our students, why can't you pass? Why can't you succeed? So that's our goal, and we'll come back to that goal. And then the chancellor of the system put out a call to action. And I think that there was some increased or heightened awareness around the murder of George Floyd. And so, people were just scraping to find, what can we do? This can't be. What can we do? So the chancellor put out a call to action. Chancellor said, look, we're the ones that train law enforcement. So take a look at your programs and your curriculum. Have open dialogues. Look at your campus climate. Audit your classrooms. Decolonize your curriculum, in other words. Review and update your equity plans with urgency. Shorten the time frame between the implementation of those things. And engage in the Vision Resource Center where they have a lot of those resources. And so many of us did those things. As a matter of fact, there were implications for boards. He put it out for first level, second level, third level work. You had to do some things within 6 months, some things you have a couple of years to do. And so you did that, or you're doing that, I should say. In other words, he asked us to live up to our rhetoric around that. And then there was additional work on the state level. Trustees stepped up to the plate. Your state level trustees did. State level groups all over, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, the CIOs, et cetera, they stepped up to the plate. The Board of Governors adopted a DEI report that has phenomenal recommendations in there, by the way. And I can make sure that that's available to you. I know Dr. Garcia has that. The task force convened, they came up with these reports, they put it out to the boards, and now boards are even localizing it so that if the task force said that the Board of Governors was going to do something, local boards are saying, and we'll do that at our level, et cetera. So they were making it, more local for them. And then your trustee colleagues also said, yeah, but a lot of this stuff takes money. And so the state kind of put the money where their mouth is. And so this year you have, for an example, the biggest increase in money in the California Community College educational system over the past 40 years. And there are a tremendous amount of resources for diversity, for hiring faculty, for professional development, all of that. So you as a board will be thinking, if you're an equity-minded board, you'll be thinking about how do we use these resources in order to advance our success in equitably serving students. How do we use those resources? And when people are asking for resources, you're going to be asking, how does it close the opportunity gap? When people are asking for resources, you're going to be asking, how does it increase student success so that we are equitably serving all of our students? And there are some changes that are coming through. Title V changes are coming. So for an example, employee evaluation and tenure review are now going to be required to have an equity component in it. And so for a long time, and I can tell you that, COVID kind of did a lot of things where, if you had asked me if we were going to increase the amount of remote instruction and services, to the level that we are. If you asked me how long it would take, I would have told you it would take another 150 years to get there. It was like a fight to increase distance ed by 1% or something. However, COVID made all of us be able to figure that out in about 2 weeks. I was like, it was phenomenal, right? And now you might have to ask the other question, get people to come back. You might take 150 years to get them to come back, but so the same thing with, these changes. If you had asked me, how can we get, issues around equity and diversity and expectations and accountability for successfully and equitably serving students in your evaluation processes, I can tell you boards and trust and administrators will tell you, look, those are negotiated and, that's just not gonna happen, et cetera. It's getting ready to happen. And what I really appreciate is that it's not just boards and it's not just administrations who are interested in equitably serving students. So people on the other side of the table are interested. People wanna get it right. They may not know how, but they wanna get it right. So all of these types of opportunities right here, these regulations are coming. They're in the process now. They're under public hearing for the 45 days, all of that. So some real changes are coming here that you want to be prepared for as an equity-minded board. And here's an example, I just included it in your presentation. Here's an example of all, like I gave you, here's one task force recommendation. There's something like 87 of them or so. But here's one task force recommendation. I show you how they do it at the state level, and then how you could do it at the local level. How that same recommendation could be translated to the local level. So whereas the state chancellor's office is going to engage in collaboration, the local college administration can engage in collaboration. Whereas the state board of governors is going to establish accountability measures, local community college boards can establish accountability measures. And I'm big on that because community college boards and administrations and faculty and staff don't have a proclivity for establishing accountability measures. In other words, we have a lot of plans and stuff that we say we're going to do. We spend a lot of resources on things, but we don't necessarily have systems that make sure that say we're looking at how well we did that and whether we did it or not. In other words, if you didn't do that, then we go into next year and we have the same plan and the same money and the same thing, and we don't accomplish the same results. And so the theory of change is that the key to this success is the diversity of faculty and staff. Now, this is where I want to chat with you a little bit. Because we're going to do a little bit of work also thinking about the diversity of the faculty and staff. And because when you have a diverse faculty and staff and an equity-minded board, you get an opportunity to think about diversity on a scale of things. If you look at the next one, I have a scale of equity and engagement. And that is, what level are we doing? Are we at the, we don't talk about this, we treat everybody the same, and so I don't see color thing, which is a colorblind ideology, which is impossible because you have to see color in order to even say I don't see color. Or are we in the fun fashion food festival mode where, we have Cinco de Mayo, everybody does a fashion show for, somebody does the dance thing, which is all important stuff around establishing culture and inclusion. But that's not all that is included in diversity, equity, racial literacy. Or are we at the more awareness conscious level? Like, we're starting to have these conversations. Or we'll hear people say, I really appreciate just making the space for us to be able to do this because there's no place that we really have these conversations about race. Or these conversations about, how these practices affect, Black students or brown students, or how these practices, impact white students. So that, there's kind of this increase of consciousness where we say, oh, let's do some more professional development around it. And you actually have professional development on anything from how to have difficult conversations around race to professional development around what equity is or how you address implicit bias in the classroom. Lots of professional development opportunities. Cohesive, not one-off, but cohesive, coherent professional development opportunities are preferred. Or some institutions are actually changing policies. They are auditing their policies and practices to see if they are creating the inequities. So I'll give you an example. The practice of you collect student fees. Some student, let's say, can't pay their fees and they owe, I don't know, $72 or $272, right? And so we have our policies that because, people are supposed to pay their bills, and so if they don't, they can't enroll, and, we still collect that money. And if we don't collect it, there's some institutions that have practices that they have a relationship with a collection agency, so that the collection agency can collect it. Well, how does that perpetuate an inequity? So first of all, race and class are inextricably linked. First, just an awareness of that. Whether we like it or not, race and class are inextricably linked. In other words, the household income, I know it for African Americans, for an example, the average household income for African Americans or for white Americans is about 10 times the average income for African Americans. So race and class are inextricably linked, and that's related to our social systems. And then we judge ourselves on how successful we are on graduating students and on them getting employment. Those are some of the metrics, right? So we turn them over to a collection agency for $272 or for $36 or for $5. And now they have a ding on their credit score. So now they have, because they're kids, they don't have much credit. Now they have bad credit, right? They go to get that job because they just graduated from that program, just got that business administration degree, right? What are jobs doing? Checking credit reports. So now they can't get that job, right? Or we want to hire you, but we're concerned about this, okay? So it's cyclical. Now, nobody was trying to say we don't want people to be able to get a job, but that's the impact of the policy. And so when we say you look at your policies and your practices, then you're looking at it for those kinds of perpetuation of inequity. That's what that means, okay? Or you're looking at your policies, for an example, when I went to hire, I was hiring 37 faculty. No, I'm sorry, I was hiring 7 full-time positions at one time. And every finalist group that got to me, at about the 5th one, I was like, hold up a minute, wait a minute. Every single finalist I've met, I'm in the Bay Area, we were in San Bruno, as in Oakland, San Francisco, Bay Area, right? Every single finalist I've met would classify themselves as white. So I stopped the hiring processes. I said, stop. What is it about our practices that is systematically excluding women and people of color? All right? You would have thought, first of all, when you stopped faculty hiring, you would have thought that I cooked the rabbit in fatal attraction. I mean, it was rough. It was rough. I had a board that was behind me, right? And then we looked at our practices. I wasn't saying anybody was racist. I was saying there's something wrong with our process. Where are we advertising? What are we? How are we training the committees? What are we expecting? And we made some changes and resulted in just phenomenally talented, just, if I must say so myself, world-class pools that everybody was happy with. The faculty who were involved in the screening processes were happy about it. So it was painful to get there, but everybody appreciated the increase in the quality of the people that we had to choose from. That is auditing our processes, including auditing some of the policies. So you are not so far removed as a board. You don't get in the middle of the operations of the institution, but you have to, every time you pass a policy, you have to think of the impact it has on the practices of that institution. That's how you become an equity-minded board. Okay, time for me to stop talking, because now I want you to look on the wall behind you, and see that we have a scale of engagement. Because the last scale, part of the scale is that it's so part of the institution, is part of your identity. So I came, for an example, from Skyline College as the president. If you said the word Skyline College, then equity was part of that identity, whether you knew anything about the institution or not. They knew across the state, across the nation, it was known of Skyline's commitment to equity, right? So that's what I mean by it's so systemic that it is part of the identity of the institution. And it requires leadership, it requires a board that's equity-minded, it requires an administration that's equity-minded and committed, it requires a faculty and staff that's equity-minded and committed. So the question that I want to ask you is, where do you think, and you can just use your pen and put an X on the wall, on that poster, where do you think College of the Desert is on the equity, on this scale of engagement? Where do you think the College of Desert is on the equity scale of engagement? And this is a scale of engagement that I kind of developed out of my scholarship. You might see others. Are we not talking about it,
Do you
or?
want us to stand behind it, or what do you
No,
want?
just put the X where you think we are.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. And Trustee Yant, this is slide 11 in your presentation.
Yes, I see it.
Okay.
And while there's a little minute break, could you repeat the name of the book that you said earlier? I didn't get that name.
Oh, the name of the book is Ijeoma Oluo's So You Want to Talk About Race. And I have
Oh, that's the
provided a
name?
copy for you here.
That's the name of it?
So You Want to Talk About Race.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. And we have a copy, courtesy copy of RSS Consulting for you here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Yant, we will be sending you that copy after the meeting.
Good, thank you.
Okay, let's get started here. Trustee Gonzalez, can I pick on you and ask you where you put us? Somewhere between celebratory and silence. Okay, thank you. Trustee Stefan?
I marked us at equity awareness because we've got a lot of programs out there I don't know that everybody's aware of that are trying to train all of our employees. I just think that's kind of where we're at right now, maybe at the beginning of it or kind of getting into the middle of it, but
Sure.
we're not to the transformational.
Sure.
And I think we're past the celebratory.
Okay.
Because we have people that are very interested in this.
Okay. And one of the things I just want to pause and say is that you all will see yourselves at different spaces and you all will be right because of because of your own experiences in the institution and as a part of the district. And then the other thing I want to say is it's not necessarily a linear thing that says you leave a certain stage. For equity, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, you definitely want to have the celebratory stage, no matter, even if you gotten to the point of transformational or systemic, you know? So you don't necessarily leave a stage, except I always encourage people to abandon the silent stage. All right? I got to perfect that in my theory. All right, anybody else? Trustee Wilson.
I went for, in the middle of equity awareness, consciousness, and transformational equity. I think we've come a long way, particularly in the last year. The pandemic has really made such a difference in terms of our student population, but at the same time, it's provided us with some interesting opportunities for change, so.
Okay. Anybody else?
I went with that same position as well, in between equity, awareness, and consciousness, and transformational equity. I feel like over the last year or so, we've made a lot of great strides to hire a more diverse administration. I think we've hired it's just been more diverse ever since Dr. Garcia came in over the last year. I think we've moved past the symbolic celebratory, which I think we were prior to her being on board.
All right, thank you, Trustee Perez. Okay, Trustee Olson, do you want?
Yeah, I also marked that same spot. I feel like I've seen a lot of improvement on our practices over the last year.
Awesome, thank you so much. And Trustee Yan?
Somewhere in the equity awareness area.
Mhm. So there's a lot of consistency around the ways in which the board sees itself, and which means is there's some, some common ground and foundation in terms of, what you see as opportunities in front of you or in the future. Keep that in mind as you are thinking about different things, because it's easy to think that equity is over here, and then there's the business as usual over here. But I can just tell you something, as somebody would say to me, at one time in my life before, I was making my living talking about equity. I still, lived talking about equity. And somebody says, well, Regina, like, why do you see race in everything? Because it's there and I can see, right? And so basically you're identifying where you think you are in this area. And when you're looking at your business as usual, then see what you see. Interrogate what you see. All right? And here's a question that I ask all the time. I don't care if you're trying to figure out whether we're going to go to In-N-Out Burger or Taco Bell. I hope In-N-Out Burger wins. But I ask this question all the time. How does race play a role in this? Who benefits from it and who is hurt by it? If somebody comes forward and says, well, we don't support the blah, 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 whatever it is, my question, it could in your mind or to the naked eye have nothing to do with race, but it could be all about race. And so I'm constantly asking the question, and people do get tired of it sometimes. How does race play a role in this? And yes, people get tired of it, but I do two things. One, I do not prioritize my comfort and my well-being so that people will think well of me, or your comfort necessarily, over the suffering and the misery of students. I am not willing to prioritize that. And two, I am not willing to be silent and complicit. I am willing to interrogate it at every step of the way, even if lots of different labels get put around me. She's passionate. She's direct. The reality is she's engaged because the students, the community, they're counting on us to get this thing right. They are counting on us. Okay. So let's talk about that diversity thing. I heard you mention that you made some strides on the diversity in terms of hiring the leadership. Why is this diversity so important? Well, the diversity for, and I harp on particularly diversity of faculty. And I'm not talking about the EOP&S counselor and the Umoja counselor. I'm talking about the physics instructor, the math instructor, sociology, philosophy, psychology. I'm talking about the English instructor, the ESL instructor, the ECE instructor. I'm talking about the automotive technology instructor, the cosmetology instructor. I'm talking about faculty that are before students. And I recognize that, and I'm talking about the general transfer counselor. I recognize that there are some, because of cultural affiliations, that we may have that have quite a bit of diversity. However, it is important for the faculty in general to be diverse, because that is what creates the student success. Students deserve to have access to multiple perspectives, backgrounds, histories, religions, experiences. It increases the intellectual and the academic rigor of your institution. It increases the intellectual and the academic rigor of your institution to have these multiple perspectives, to have access to these multiple perspectives. And, that's just not my opinion about things. Research after research after research shows that. There's a very famous research piece that was done over thousands of students out of Foothill De Anza. It was a seminal piece of research that I think Ferry and his colleagues, if I can remember it, that said basically students do better when they have a diverse access to a diverse range of faculty and staff, and students prefer to have that. And one of the reasons I will tell you that that's important also is not because a lot of times we think that their answer is because they need role models. That's important. Representation matters. You know, there was nothing more beautiful than me watching my granddaughter watch Kamala Harris be, for an example, receive her oath. There was nothing more beautiful than that. Or like when my granddaughter says, you know, about her teacher, hey, she looks like me. She has hair like me. That's what she said. She has hair like me. Yes, she does, honey. Right? And so there's nothing more important to the esteem, because that's the affirmation and the validation. That's the experience of having, you know, kind of not having racial stress, right? That many of our students may go through their entire lifetime and not have access to. So there's nothing that's more important than that. However, it is also important that that white student sees Dr. Garcia in front of the classroom, sees a faculty member who looks like me in front of that classroom, because they're going to go out and work in the world, or they're going to go out and be in the world so that they can make good decisions about what it is to interact with people of color and how to show up. And I think it's for the preservation of the democracy of this nation, quite frankly. But I digress. Okay, so all students benefit from teachers of color, and they prefer them too. And this is, I share this with you because it's some specific research that is not just a matter of a nice to have. So if you're interested in how you hold yourself accountable and how you get the results, because we've been closing these equity gaps for I don't know how long, right? If you're interested in that, then the research is suggesting how. All right? It increases the ability to integrate multicultural and culturally responsive pedagogy. Gloria Ladson-Billings does a lot of great work on this. And quite frankly, the faculty and staff I have found really do appreciate getting this kind of information and having access to this type of information. In their professional development, you'll see that you will have allies in terms of commitments to diversity. I don't know the details of the culture here in College of the Desert. You know that better. But I would say if you have that, tap into that as a resource. Now, time for you to take a stand. Because having said all of that, you know, the state of California over the last 20 years has had intentional efforts to try to make sure that they have increased faculty diversity. Over the last 20 years, we put a lot of money into it, and we have gone down by 2%. And then over the last 10 years, they did some more, you know, focus on it, and they went up by 1%. That means that we moved the needle over 2 decades by -1%. We moved the needle, right? And the state's not alone. The College of the Desert has done the same. When you look at your data that you're gonna see that you've made some strides in some of the hiring, particularly as relates to faculty. But you have really, you've gone down in percentage over the last couple of years of different groups of faculty. Who you have gone up with and been much more successful in hiring by about 4 percentage points is white faculty. Okay? So this is an opportunity. Now, I have some data on the wall. It comes from the Campaign for College Opportunities Left Out report. That means that it's about 5 or 6 years old data. But given that the state hadn't moved with 1%, -1% over 20 years, I'm going to venture to say that before I saw your data right here, I'm going to venture to say that it's pretty much about the same. And it is, give or take a percentage point or two. It's about the same, because I can predict those outcomes by race. You see that example? I didn't even need to get your data. I'm grateful that I had it, but I can predict it by race. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the item that's on the wall. Let me get to it. And I'm going to ask you, this is the place where you think about the movie The Untouchables when Sean Connery said, "What are you prepared to do?" Okay, this is what are you prepared to do? What questions will you as a board ask to build an accountability system for achieving the goal of diversifying the faculty? What questions are you willing to ask? You're going to have staff that are giving you reports, or you're going to ask some questions and get that. You're going to have Dr. Garcia, who's going to be telling you about different things. You're going to be asked to fund different initiatives, to do different types of things. What questions are you willing to ask in order to establish an accountability system? And you can write those out on a Post-it note, and then we're going to just tape them, put them on that graph there. First of all, you can take a look at the graph, and the graph shows that you have, first of all, while you have an 18% white student population, you have, I think it's 62% for real now, but you have a 65% white faculty population. And then when you think about, oh, well, that's okay, but you know, we're making some changes, we're gonna be doing some hiring. Your pipeline for the next set of faculty, overwhelmingly white. That's your adjunct faculty. But that's okay, we can change some of the policies and that kind of stuff, particularly around faculty, et cetera. The people that you rely primarily upon the advice for, overwhelmingly white. The academic senate, right? So therefore, you have an opportunity to collaborate with people, with your institution. We're working with Dr. Garcia, through Dr. Garcia, an opportunity to collaborate with them in order to be able to make progress on diversifying the faculty. Because to make progress on diversifying the faculty is to make progress on student success and closing the achievement gap, or what we term the opportunity gap. So I was gonna have you put those things on the wall, but since you're thinking about it, I wanna give you a few minutes to think about it, and then I'm just gonna have you read out the thing. Dr. Garcia is gonna be paying attention to it too, because whatever you say you're gonna be asking, she's gonna be getting ready. And then we'll be wrapping up, Dr. Garcia. Okay. I'll give you another minute. Okay, is there anybody that would like to share?
I can start off.
Okay, Trustee Perez.
My first question would be, how big is our pool of applicants? Second would be, what are we using to pull applicants? Third would be, where are we pulling applicants from?
Absolutely. So the ways in which I would translate those kinds of board questions is the board would ultimately end up making policy about, data that we collect, for an example, so that in the operations of the organization, you can easily share that. So board might request reports from staff that instead of just giving us a report about who's hired, give us a report about that process that you've used. Anybody else? Trustee Wilson, you look
Mine
like
was
you're ready.
a similar line. It was, what efforts or tools have been made or used to ensure we have reached out to all groups to ensure that all have an equal opportunity to apply?
Right, thank you. She's talking about outreach, and so that's board policy around resources and that support outreach. And the truth is that sometimes we have a failure of imagination around outreach. So for an example, sometimes we just don't know what we don't know. Like human resources departments on a regular basis, if you are trying to attract certain populations, for an example, advertising it in the Chronicle for Higher Ed might not be the thing, right? And so boards might ask things about how you allocate resources to match the things that we're doing in order to reach the goal of faculty diversity. The way the operations would translate that is that we put resources toward different types of outreach. So for an example, I'm a member of Delta, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta. It's a Black collegiate organization. Vice President Harris is a member of AKA, but you know, it's all in sisterhood. She's Alpha Kappa Alpha. I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta. We are a Black collegiate organization around the world that if you want to advertise and you want to attract, for an example, Black professionals, if you haven't sent it out to the Alpha Kappa Alphas, the AKAs, the Delta Sigma Theta, Sigma Gamma Rhos, the Omega Psi Phis, Kappa Alpha Psi's, you know, Kappa Alpha Psi, you know, Phi Beta Sigmas, those are what they call the Divine Nine Black collegiate organizations that are fraternities and sororities of professionals who are a cool resource. But many human resource officers might not know that. Or you might need to go to the church during the announcement phase and say, you know, they're hiring over there at College of the Desert. These are the positions, you know, because Miss Wilson will read them out loud. You know, they need a nursing faculty, they need an ECE faculty member. So you have to get to where the people are. You know, you get to community-based organizations, you get to the places that they are. As a board, you're not going to be asking those details about those operations. You're going to be asking about how you set resources and allocate and set up a budget that allows for the staff to be able to meet their needs. Anybody else want to share one? Trustee Stefan?
Well, I have a few. You know, when I'm looking at this data here, I'm questioning, okay, what are we actually asking the applicants on the questionnaire?
There you go.
You know, are we excluding people that way? Also, what is the interview process? You know, and how might we be looking at it better through an equity lens? And then the committee, usually we have a committee that reviews the applicants. You know, what is the diversity of that committee? And then also, what is the diversity of the interview panel?
Thank you. So a board policy might be around what data you collect, what training is required. In other words, if you want to participate in these types of things, then you know there should be this type of training. The operations will figure out all of the details of that, right? So absolutely, what training is required, and you know what is the policy for the selection process? Who's on what, and who gets to be in what, and those types of things. So absolutely.
Also, you know, and this is something because I did go through the diversity training, you know, with USC, and some of our faculty and also our classified, we had a great group cohort there. But I found out that some people were included on different committees of things, and they'd give their opinion, but it wasn't taken seriously.
Sure.
And that's another thing that, you know, how seriously were they included? You know, it's part of inclusion.
So just having a policy around the integrity of the process. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Am I missing anybody? Trustee Gonzalez?
Yeah, I would say, I had some of theirs, but I'll change it a little bit. I would say opportunities to promote from within.
Say that again.
To promote from within.
Promote from within.
You know, some type of a program, policy. I know that many of our students now, because we do have UCR, Kelsey San Bernardino, and I know that Dr. Garcia has a good relationship with them, is building that pathway. Because I know here in the Coachella Valley, a lot of students want to be educated at different levels. And, you know, I think that would be a great way to recruit, because then we're recruiting from within our own community. And, you know, there's nothing like, oh, I know your parents, you're a teacher, you're my child's teacher, you know, I think that really helps. And I think that would, you know, keep it diverse, because we do have a diverse population here.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. And did Trustee Yant want to provide?
Yeah, a question. I know that some colleges are including in their application requirements a candidate statement on diversity. And I know those statements are difficult to evaluate, but just requiring that statement does send a message.
Precisely, precisely.
I-
And as a matter of fact, you're touching on ways in which the board does have influence, not necessarily in all of those little individual operational things, but the board has influence, for an example, whether it's your statement, your announcement, or whether it's your overall strategic plan. If you identify, here's who we are, and this is what's here. And if this is what you're committed to, then we're interested in you, and we hope you're interested in us. And for an example, if you have people that say, look, I don't know what they're doing over there with all that critical race stuff, et cetera, I don't know, then maybe this is not the place for you, because this is a commitment that we made to our community, you know? So Trustee Yant raises a really good point. And so I'll go ahead and move us to a close here. One, thank you for that. You guys, you know, have some really creative ideas. Dr. Garcia was writing feverishly, and she's taking those notes, and she's putting all the operational stuff over there on the operation side, and she's already thinking of, even if you said some operational things, she's already thinking, so what are the board policy implications, and how can I support the board in getting there, all right? So I didn't want to come here and, you know, like, stir up a whole bunch of stuff, and then, you know, Dr. Garcia is like, thanks, Regina. So I'm just gonna, you know, I'm an old nursing faculty member, and so I believe in just, you know, telling people the answer, right? I'll let you find yourself at another time, but I believe in telling people the answer, because otherwise they're gonna turn blue in 4 minutes. But even if they stop breathing, we still got 4 minutes. All right, so things that you do to address systemic equity is, first of all, create an equity-minded board. This is just a beginning conversation. You won't be equity-minded as a result of having a 1-hour conversation with Regina, though I like to think I have some impact. But you won't be necessarily equity-minded, any more equity-minded than you already are, or any less. However, keep working on your equity journey, all right? Continue to do your professional development. Make sure you are reaching out as a board and making yourself smarter in this area. Review your policies. That's what boards can do. They can call for a review of policies, practices, and procedures. Monitor and evaluate. That means ask questions, not just have the policy of certain things, but ask questions. Set up accountability structures, and then evaluate your own selves around your effectiveness and your continued improvement, particularly around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then I give you some more suggestions. Provide cohesive training, develop board policies about eliminating barriers, request disaggregated data. Just some more examples, and you get to keep these. Be curious. Does your mission statement really, your mission, vision, core values specifically, include broad and inclusive, multifaceted DEI language? And then just on the side, if you know, I would say your mission statement and your mission, vision, and values are places where you could probably do a little work and to support to support what I hear and what I witness and what I see in terms of your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do you allocate resources based on that? When you have those budget discussions that you're having and you set a budget, are you allocating resources using an equity lens? Do you receive the disaggregated data on access and progress and success? Okay, for an example, COVID has affected enrollment. I'm positive that you've asked for and received enrollment things. Any idea about how COVID has affected Latino students as compared to white students, as compared to Black students, as compared to Asian Pacific Islander, as compared to indigenous population student? Any questions about that? Any ideas? So it's ways in which you can do that. And then, do you have an approved diversity, equity, and inclusion policy? I don't mean just a commitment statement that we stand by Black Lives Matter because somebody's got killed again, you know, or, you know, I don't mean the celebratory part. Do you have a policy around diversity, equity, and inclusion? Be curious. Are all the relevant board and college policies and procedures, do they reflect DEI? Have you prioritized equity in a multifaceted college diversity, equity, and inclusion plan? Do you receive and monitor DEI reports? Does the college provide the campus community evidence of achieving these things? There is a lot of work to do. And some of it we're going to do very well, and some of it we will have to keep practicing. That's why they call education a practice. All right. So we'll keep practicing. I want to wish you well in your practice, in your journey. I hope that you have at least gotten something, there's been some value added from this discussion, and that, you know, I'll have the opportunity to support you again in the future in any way that you need or can. And then I just want to close with saying, I understand that I can see just in my heart the way in which this board has engaged, but I want to commend you. I want to let you know that your standing went up in the state amongst so many when you hired Dr. Garcia. Across the board, my colleagues were saying, now that's a smart board. Because you have a phenomenal leader. And I really want to commend you on that. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to say that to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stanback-Straw. That was very profound and an awesome presentation. Do we have any questions from the board? I'm sure we do.
Well, this isn't for you so much as the college. If we could have these reprinted so that we could have all the information, it kind of got cut off.
Definitely. I noticed as while we were reviewing them that the information was missing. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. And this was excellent. Thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Just gratitude on my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez.
Your way of presenting everything is just, this is so natural for you.
Thank you,
Definitely.
thank you.
It's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question. How do you navigate with or around those individuals who say that they're down with equity, use all the right buzzwords in public and in meetings, but when it comes down to sharing a piece of their pie, they say that they have a greater need?
They say that they have
a greater need.
Greater need. Yeah. So what you're looking at there is looking at equity on a single level where it's about an individual thing. And quite frankly, I appreciate that people have some discomforts. I appreciate that there's fear because whether it's deserved or not, when you disrupt the status quo, and all of a sudden it looks like for someone else to have something or be included that there's going to be a loss, whether it's deserved or not, there's fear around that. So I have compassion for people, but that's not a strong enough motivation for me to stop my dedication to social justice and equity. So that's one. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to engage people to the point of trying to create common understanding. But I am also willing to use my position of influence and consequence. And so, for an example, if I'm just having a conversation across the fence with my neighbor, that's different than if I'm having that conversation and I'm in the role of the president of the college, the dean of the division, a faculty member in a department, a staff member at a service desk. I mean, I'm willing to use my position of influence and consequence to make a difference in the world. And then I make a distinction. A lot of times when people say, well, I don't feel safe and, you know, this is not right, I don't feel safe, I make a distinction between comfort and safety. These are uncomfortable conversations, and it's uncomfortable issues, and we're gonna have to grapple through it, right? But you're not unsafe. The fact that you have, quite frankly, what you're talking about is racial fragility. The fact that you have someone that says, I feel unsafe, because we're talking, you know, we're always talking about race and those types of things. Being unsafe is if you go out and you drive and you get a traffic violation and you're likely to have that situation outcome be that you die. Now that's unsafe. Or that you walking down the street with Skittles and you get killed. Now, that's unsafe. Or that you are, selling individual cigarettes and you get killed. Now, that's unsafe. But if you were just worried that somebody's gonna think you racist because you said something wrong, now that's uncomfortable, but you're not unsafe. And so I am willing to engage in and push forward and challenge I don't feel safe and this is thing, but say, let's get through the discomfort to get to the other side, because we're not gonna get to the other side of this without that discomfort. All right. So it's part of, it might be that I'm 65 now and I have a more compassionate heart around some things, because, when I was a young girl, you couldn't tell me I wasn't Angela Davis. Oh, my God, right? So, now as a 65-year-old woman, I see real fear when people are talking to me about certain things and they don't know how to say it. And, they've never had to contemplate their race in their life. Up until recently, white people haven't had to contemplate racial identity. As a matter of fact, they would say, I don't have no ethnicity. I don't have no culture, because that's considered the neutral, the normal, right? And then the other thing I don't waste my time with, Trustee Perez, and I'll close with this, is I don't really accommodate or tolerate or engage or invest in what I call militant willful ignorance. Just militant willful ignorance because you happen to be along the political, in another space along the political ideological spectrum. You have the right to be there, but it's just, I don't feel like it's my responsibility or that I'm willing to waste my effort in moving you if you don't want to be moved, or in coming to some understanding. You don't even have to move. I'm not trying to, quite frankly, newsflash, it's a secret for me. I don't care whether you like black people or not. What I care about is whether you're the Supreme Court justice. What I care about is whether I can get a mortgage. What I care about is whether my child can go to school. So it's a complicated process that we bring our heart and our head to, and try to develop a mindset that moves us together as a common humanity.
Thank you for that. But I want to ask, coming from a place where those individuals or that individual is in the same side of the political spectrum as you, or they're supposed to be in the same side of the political spectrum with you.
Say that again.
They're supposed, that person that is using all those right equity buzzwords in those spaces is supposed to be on the same side of the political spectrum as you, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, when it comes down to sharing their slice of the pie as it relates to equity, they're not down with that.
They may
Because
not
at that
be.
point, you're taking some of their pie.
And you may not be able to change people in that way, but you can use your position of influence to make differences. So your job is not to change them and have them believe like you do. I used to have this saying that, I'm working on my ability to respect people's right to think differently than I do, no matter how wrong they are. Your job, you may not be able to change what they think or their perspective, et cetera. So then you look at it in the context of how do you use your position, how do you use your sphere of influence in order to make changes. And sometimes we'll take 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. Or sometimes it'll take us a year to get where we should have been able to get in 2 days, right? But that's just that is the work. That is the work.
Appreciate you, Dr. Stanback. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course. Okay, thank you.
All righty, moving right along. 18.04, mental health services.
It's actually 18.02.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 18.02, equal employment opportunity workforce data. That was such a profound presentation that I got ahead of myself. Equal employment opportunity workforce data, 2018 through 2019 through 2020 through 2021. At this time, I would like to invite Terry Wilson, Director of Human Resources, and Paloma Gomez, Manager of Human Resources, to share this item. Welcome, please proceed.
Can you please turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Oh, there we go. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Dr. Garcia, Board of Trustees, and members of the public. My name is Terry Wilson. I am the Interim Human Resources Director.
And my name is Paloma Gomez. I'm the Interim Human Resources Manager.
Paloma and I will be presenting on the district's equal employment opportunity workforce demographics. We understand that this may be data you are seeing for the first time. Moving forward, we hope to present applicant and hiring demographics annually. The data included in this presentation ranges from fall 2018 to spring 2021. So I want to specify that this does not include this current academic year. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the workforce diversity data and the district's demographics as it relates to employees and students. We will focus on race, ethnicity, and gender by employee classification. We will also review student demographics compared to employee demographics. And then we will finish with our current, ongoing, and future initiatives. So why the focus on race, ethnicity, and gender? As you heard in our EEO multiple methods, there are some regulations and critical factors that we need to focus on per Title V of the California Code of Regulations, California Government Code, and California Education Code. These are what guides us at looking at this information.
So to begin, on your left, EEOC recognizes the 7 categories. However, on your right is how we locally classify employees based on our own processes. As you can see, we place part-time and full-time faculty under just the faculty umbrella, which equals to 481 employees. Classified staff are placed in separate position categories, but for the purpose of the EEO data, they're all under the classified umbrella, which equals to 303 of our employee base. And classified and educational administrators are all placed under the management category, which equals 54 of our employee base. Moving over to a full-time faculty, this is the first group we will review. This is the full-time faculty gender demographics. The orange indicates those who identify as women, while the gray indicates those who identify as men. As you can see, those who identify as women have trended in higher numbers over the course of the past 3 years. Moving on to race and ethnicity. Before we review this, I'd just like to point out the pink category that is noted as a balance. This represents those who have elected not to identify under any category. So as you can see, those who identify as white have remained the majority within the past 3 years, with Hispanic, Latino coming in second.
And now we're going to take a look at our adjunct faculty by gender. So from the years 1819 to 1920, there was a slight increase in adjunct faculty members that identified as male. From the years 1920 to 2021, there was a general decrease in the total adjunct faculty members, with the majority identifying as female. And for the race and ethnicity for our adjunct faculty group, a majority of our adjunct faculty members identify as white, as it is indicated in green. From the years 1819 to 1920, there was a slight increase in adjunct faculty that identify as Hispanic Latino. However, if you look at the percentages on the bottom of the graph, you can see that the race and ethnicity of our adjunct faculty has remained pretty consistent and the same.
Moving over to classified employees, those who identify as women consistently trend higher, with those that identify as men coming in very close second. For the race and ethnicity, within the classified employee group, those who identify as Hispanic Latino trend higher, with those identifying as white coming in second.
All right, now we're going to look at our management employee group by gender. From 1819 to 1920, there was a slight decrease in management employees that identify as women. From 1920 to 2021, there was an increase in those that identify as female and decrease in those that identify as male. And the race and ethnicity of our management employee group, as you can see, it's a majority of management identifies as white. And it's been fairly consistent with all ethnicity groups throughout the past 3 years. And now we're gonna look at all employee groups compared to our student demographics. And I'm just gonna point out that this data year is from 2020, 2021. So the the green represents those that identify as white. So 52% of the district's employee identify as white, whereas 15% of our students identify as white. And when you go look at the yellow, that's Hispanic Latino. 37% of the employees identify as Hispanic Latino, whereas 75% of the students identify as Hispanic Latino. And for Black or African American, there's 3% of the employees that identify as Black or African American, whereas 2% of the students identify as Black or African American. And for the orange, that represents the Asian population for all employees and students, and you can see that that is pretty equal representation on both sides at 4%. And our full-time faculty compared to our students, for 62% of our faculty identify as white, whereas 15% of our students identify as white. And Hispanic, Latino, 24% of our full-time faculty identify as Hispanic Latino, whereas 75% of our students do. And again, with the Asian, it's equal across both sides. And then for Black or African American, it's 4% for full-time faculty and 2% for students. Now we're gonna look at our adjunct faculty compared to our students. So 59% of our adjunct faculty identify as white, 15% of our students identify as white, whereas Hispanic, 23% of our 23% of our faculty, identify as Hispanic, whereas 75% of our students do. And Asian, it's 5% for faculty, 4% for our students. And Black or African American, it's 3% for our faculty compared to our students.
When comparing the classified employee group to the student population, 59% of classified staff identify as Hispanic Latino, whereas 75% of the student population identify as Hispanic Latino. 34% of classified staff identify as white compared to 15% of students. And for the for the classified staff who identify as Black African American, that is 1% compared to 2% of students. And for Asian classified staff, 2% identify as Asian, whereas 4% students identify as Asian. For the management group, 68% of the management group identify as white compared to 15% of students. 20% of management identify as Hispanic Latino compared to the 75% of students. 4% of management do identify as Asian, which equals to the 4% for the student population. And 2% of management identify as Black African American, and as do the student population. So this is the hiring that has been done thus far. It's not the complete year because it's still going. But as you can see, 50% of new hires have identified as Hispanic Latino, 37% identify as white, and 10% have identified as Black African American.
I have a question, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
What's the total number? So obviously in percentages,
My
it's
apologies, 74.
74. Thank you.
All right, so for our current ongoing and future initiatives that the district has been working on is the revision of Administrative Procedure 7120, which is our recruitment and hiring procedure. The AP will be going to College Planning Council for a second reading next week. The revised procedure includes an option for blind screening and student participation on the hiring committee. We've also created a diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility interview question bank. So we have a large bank for our hiring committees to choose from when we are developing interview questions. The Office of Human Resources has also created hiring handbooks, which is pending final approval. And there are two separate handbooks, one for the chair and one for the committee members. These handbooks will be particularly helpful for employees who have not been on hiring committees before, in either at a California Community College or at our district. And the handbook clearly lays out expectations for participating on a committee and will help members understand their roles on the committee. And then we also have the Equal Employment Opportunity Multiple Method Certification, which was approved today. This report is submitted annually to the Chancellor's Office and qualifies the district to help for funding to help support diversity and inclusion efforts in recruitment, hiring, and retention. We also have our EEO plan, as mentioned again in the multiple method certification. We will be working on revising that plan based on the new regulations in this next upcoming year with the Diversity Committee. And another update that we had was our job announcement. It's updated for all positions. The previous job announcement had a focus on what the Valley had to offer regarding through activities such as hot air balloons, polo, and golfing, which are activities of a certain demographic group and didn't accurately reflect who we were trying to attract. The new language provides more information on who we want and how we value and embrace diversity. We have established a work group for the Native American land acknowledgement. It's to begin working towards a land acknowledgement for the district. And lastly, we have the USC Race and Equity Institute. There has been over 100 employees that have participated in that. We have one last cohort that is going to take place in next fall. Any questions?
Thank you, Terry and Paloma. Are there any questions from the board? Dr. Steph?
Why will the last cohort for the USC Race and Equity Institute be in the fall?
So we've, I mean, this is the last one in the contract that we've had with
Oh,
them.
okay.
Yeah, but we've had, I want to say 4. We've had 4 different cohorts. Yeah.
And how many people have not gone through that?
I would say quite a few. I can get you that number though. We have about a little over 100 between classified, adjunct, and part-time, full-time faculty that have went through it. So it would leave a good amount of people that have not.
Well, it seems like we still have a lot of work to do as it relates to our hiring practices. And it seems like we may have an issue with retaining people of color. Do we know why that is? If not, I think we need to get to the bottom of that ASAP. Is there any other questions or comments from the board?
I have one. I notice you have blind screening. Something that I learned at the last conference that we had in April, the end of April, was that a lot of times they ask on the application, I don't know, I've never seen the application, where the person went to college. Is that still asked on our application?
It is still asked on our application. When we did our, what was it? Why is my mind going? We did a trial with this past year, and we removed that from the application through our trial. But yeah, currently we're still asking that, and you can also see it on the resume.
Because that is one thing that sometimes that has a negative impact.
Yes, we've had lots of conversation about that in our diversity committee meetings.
I have one question, Mr. Chair. On the slide that has the hiring for 21-22, is that just overall? I just wanted to make sure that what I was looking at.
I'm
is that
sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Really can't hear. I never hear people tell me they can't hear me. Yes, this slide right here. Is this overall hiring, like classified faculty?
From the, this current fiscal year, but up to the beginning of May, so it won't include the end of May and to the end of the fiscal year.
But the data is inclusive of classified, of every?
All groups.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, and I want to thank Trustee Stefan for her questions as well.
One more question. On that, is there any way we could get a breakdown of what the percentage of classified was in each of those areas? You know, like to break it out?
Yes, we can provide you with that information.
You know, classified versus faculty versus adjunct versus management.
And to clarify, that's for the last slide, for the current hire,
Yeah.
2021,
Just
2022.
that one, because that,
Thank you.
that would be beneficial.
Perfect.
You know, I'm not sure what.
Are you asking trustee Stefan to have it?
Have this
by,
broken
like,
out. so we
category?
know. Yeah, if
By classification.
Classification?
classification of the employee. Yeah, breakdown.
Well, I agree, Chair, we have work to do, and hopefully we can, be more equitable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry and Paloma.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Item number 18.04, mental health services. At this time, I'd like to invite Carlos Maldonado, Dean of Student Services, and Elizabeth Gould, Assistant Director of Clinical Services, to share this item.
Good afternoon. Does that work? Am I good? Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and esteemed guests. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to discuss with you some of the work that is being done on your behalf for students in the area of mental health services. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Olson, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm honored to be presenting with my colleague, Elizabeth Gould.
Hi, yes, my name is Elizabeth Gould, and I'm the Assistant Director of Clinical Services here at College of the Desert. Thank you so much for having us today.
I want to start with sharing a general overview and a little bit of history of student health services at the college. At College of the Desert, our Student Health Center focuses on both the physical and mental health of our students. Each student is assessed a fee of $19 per primary term, and these fees are used to fund the operation of the Student Health and Wellness Center at the college. The model we currently use at COD was started in 2014 when we combined the areas of student health and psychological services to form the Student Health and Wellness Center that we believe focuses on the whole student and their needs to be successful in college. The primary mission of the Student Health and Wellness Center and what is allowed by regulations is that we offer our students short-term acute care. This includes treating things like the cold and flu, offering vaccines, offering TB testing, treating knee injuries, stomach aches, dizziness. The mission is to assess what is happening at the moment and provide care. We are not able to manage chronic issues. We know that our inability to manage them does not prevent our students from experiencing those types of issues. And we use our robust referral system and partners to get the care the students need. The center staff includes a physician that serves as our medical director of the clinic. This allows our registered nurses to offer care under the physician's medical license and their health care protocols. We have the Assistant Director of Clinical Services who oversees the day-to-day operation of the clinic and also serves as a backup RN to support our students. We have another registered nurse, one licensed marriage and family therapist, two licensed social workers, and one program assistant that serves as support staff. As we navigate, I'm not even clicking away. Sorry, that's my fault. As we navigate through our presentation, we wanted to take a moment to address the question about our relationship with the K-12 districts in our service area. We do not partner with them, as although our missions are similar to support student success, we're not able to share protected patient information. However, we were able to learn about some of the work that is being done for students in the K-12 districts to support mental health needs. We learned that Desert Sands Unified School District offers students the Student Assistant Program, which offers counseling services. We learned that Palm Springs Unified School District offers their program called Medicap, which offers counseling and psychological services and uses community resource referrals for students and parents. And we learned that the Coachella Valley Unified School District is committed to providing students and community the mental health services that they need to achieve fulfillment and success, and that they recently partnered with the Riverside Latino Commission to offer free mental health services to students and their families through the Riverside County Latino Commission. For today's agenda, as we move forward to the presentation, we want to focus on 5 areas specific to mental health services within our district. We'll address student needs, services we offer for students, partnerships, resources, and next steps.
This slide represents the variety of mental health issues that students seek support for when seeking services at Student Health and Wellness. Situational events can exacerbate certain mental health challenges, such as the stress of going to school, finances, relationships, and family. The therapists of Student Health and Wellness reported the following themes during the academic year of 2021-2022. Students are feeling isolated from peers socially, expressed that college was their main source of socialization. They were spending too much time at home and around family, leading to increased conflict, have a difficult time learning remotely and engaging via Zoom. These issues impacted students by increasing both depression and anxiety. Majority of students were reported as being impacted by depression or adjustment issues. At times, this played into a sense of uncertainty and hopelessness regarding their future. Struggling with getting older, still living with parents and wanting more freedom, and body image, where they perceive their body image doesn't fit their ideal image of themselves. When COVID hit and we were all ordered to go home, Student Health and Wellness worked hard to shift services into a virtual format in order to continue to offer mental health support to our students. We collaborated with Riverside County's Crisis Department, also known as Up to Us, to provide virtual workshops on self-care and suicide prevention in English and in Spanish. We had our second-year master's level social worker intern create weekly wellness workshops and provide them virtually live. The workshops were then recorded and put on Student Health and Wellness's website so all students can have access to them at their convenience. Another one of our interns did 3 short films and posted that into our digital health magazine. We sent out weekly newsletters on mental and physical wellness tips that tied into the theme of the wellness workshops with resources. Students had the choice of receiving virtual individual therapy sessions via HIPAA-compliant platforms such as Zoom, ConnectStead, or Anywhere Care. And we worked with our electronic medical records company to set up a way for paperwork to be completed digitally from their home.
We are really very proud of the services that we provide. We offer 44 hours a week of one-on-one therapy for students. We offer evening hours by appointment and Spanish language therapy for our students. These 44 hours do not include the hours that are offered by our interns. Those hours vary based on what year they are in their specific program and is largely guided by their particular focus. Our interns have been instrumental in developing group sessions, online modules, and even the short films that Elizabeth shared. We wanted to share some of the data with you about students that we see in the clinic for therapy. These numbers only include students that are seen by our clinicians. You will see that we have had a decrease in usage from the last full in-person academic year of 2018-2019. But these numbers demonstrate that we are on our way, but this year's numbers demonstrate that we are on our way back to offering services to students. During our time of mostly online learning, we had to develop other ways to get services to students. In our conversations with students, we learned that often they did not have a quiet or private space for therapy. This mobilized our therapists to not limit therapy opportunities to just Zoom sessions. We use the phone, different web-based platforms, and even email to get resources students needed. The numbers this year only include through the end of April, but we know that May has been a very busy month for our therapists, and we believe we will continue to see an increase over last academic year. The end of terms tend to be very busy for our students with the stress of final exams and preparing for that. Go ahead.
Is it partner? Okay, slide. Student Health and Wellness continually nurtures relationships and collaborations with various behavioral health programs of Riverside County. We collaborate with their primary early intervention department to learn about any new mental health support programs and post those programs on our website. We reach out to them on a routine basis to check that our website is current and up to date. We participate with Riverside University Health System's Behavioral Health College Campus Collaboration Department, which led to being awarded a full-time licensed therapist to help with crises on our campus. This position will be funded by a grant called the Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Services Grant via Riverside County. We also collaborate with Borrego Health. We continue to collaborate with Borrego Healthcare Foundation, who provide full medical services once a week on campus. They are housed in the Student Health and Wellness Clinic. They are able to prescribe medications for mental health conditions. Our current MOU is for 3 years and is dated July 1st, 2020. We also collaborate with Cal State San Bernardino. We offer one master's level internship a year that lasts 9 months. One intern provides around 16 hours a week of behavioral health services and is supervised by one of our licensed clinicians. By having interns, we improve our responses to crises. This also shortens the waiting time for students to be seen by a therapist. We would love to grow our internship program, but space is an issue. I also participate in the Riverside University Health System Behavioral Health and Public Health Suicide Prevention Coalition for Higher Education. We had our first meeting on April 25th of this year. We have a variety of resources that students can access for additional support. One of them is called Campus Well, which is a digital health magazine that Student Health and Wellness subscribes to. The digital magazine is specifically designed for the college student and addresses issues such as eating right, cheap ways to eat healthy, including recipes, exercising, relationships, mindfulness, substance abuse, stress, time management, self-care, and much, much more. There's also Wellness Central, which is a statewide digital resource available to California community colleges. Wellness Central covers various health subjects from birth control to anxiety, COVID, to self-care. Then there's the Student Health and Wellness website, which is packed with a lot of resources. I am occasionally asked to present in classrooms to educate students on the services available to them at Student Health and Wellness. When I'm asked to present, I show students the website and instruct them on how to use it as a resource. There is a lot of information on our website, so I also let students know that they can just call if it's too overwhelming, and we will help them link to the services that they need. And finally, we have a crisis resource page on our website that lists the available resource for anyone who might be experiencing a crisis. And the crisis support services vary in format, such as texting, phone call, or in person.
Another mental health resource that we have within the district is our assessment and care team. We call it ACT. This team is designed to provide assistance to students that are exhibiting concerning behavior to support the student and the faculty and staff that serve them. The team meets once a week and is comprised of folks from multiple areas in the college that offer their expertise to serve the students. The philosophy is that faculty and staff have many opportunities for direct contact with students. In these contacts, they are in a position to be able to see when students are in crisis and when they may be acting at a different benchmark than is usual. This is a way for us to have eyes and ears on campus. What you see on the screen there is a brief description of the mission and purpose of the assessment and care team. The team is comprised of both faculty and college leadership. It is chaired by a faculty member and an administrator. The membership includes 4 faculty, both instructional and non-instructional, the student support resolutions manager, the assistant director of clinical services, our director of DSPS, our director of public safety and emergency preparedness, our director of human resources, and the associate dean of student services. Our team is trained often, and we keep up to date and current with new ways to have intervention. We partner a lot with NBITA, which is the National Behavior Intervention Team Association. It's a nationwide organization that has a lot of tools for us to use. Our primary tools are what we call the NBITA Threat Assessment Tool, which is a generalized risk rubric. So every time we get a referral or a case, we evaluate the facts of that case and assign it a rating based on that rubric. If it is an elevated case, we will do something called SIVRA 35, which is a structured interview for violence risk assessment. So that is, for instances, where we believe that we need to measure the probability of risk or threat to the institution or to the student themselves. The team offers training for faculty and staff about how and when to report incidences of concern. We often use the tagline, if you see something, say something. We know that the faculty and staff are the eyes and ears of our campus. They see students every day that we do not have the opportunity to work with. They build relationships that students trust and feel like they are a resource for them. They can tell if a student is just a little bit off that day and if they would benefit from having a reach out or a connection to someone specifically for assistance. All of these links that are on this presentation are live. This will take you to the how to file a report, and it will walk through folks. We talk about this at Flex. We're invited to school meetings to talk about processes and services, and this is a way for the campus to be able to get immediate reactions to and support to incidences of concern. We know that mental health is a growing issue for our students, and we're looking for ways to address their needs. We've recently leveraged the relationship with Riverside University Health System Behavioral Health Partnership, and we're invited by them to be recipients of a full-time clinical therapist for crisis response. This grant was awarded to them by the Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Services grant from the state of California. They invited 4 campuses to participate: Moreno Valley College, Riverside City College, University of California at Riverside, and College of the Desert. This will translate into 1 full-time clinical therapist specializing in crisis that will be housed on our campus and be able to serve our students at all of our locations. This therapist will be working specifically in crisis, but will also be working with us to develop and offer training and education to handle a student in crisis, but also to help students learn how to cope in a crisis. We are excited for this opportunity and grateful to Riverside University Health System for including our campuses. Also, the California Community College Chancellor's Office has allocated ongoing money in support of mental health issues for students. The resources we've been allocated will be used to improve services to students and to develop a new mental health position that is able to focus specifically on mental health issues and best practices to meet the needs of our students. The $197,000 ongoing money is per year, and we're looking forward to improving the way we serve mental health needs of our students. Before we conclude and take your questions, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that Elizabeth has done on behalf of our students. She's passionate about helping our students achieve their goals and knows that access to medical care, both physical and mental, is essential for them. Our internship program has been her vision, and growing the services of our students' need to meet our student need is her goal. She dreams about having a center where students can come and see a therapist, have access to medical care, take a well-earned break, and even be able to meditate. She's been a tremendous ally and partner in this journey, and I'm very grateful for her and her team. She's helped us build stronger relationships with county and to provide training and support for our staff. The relationship got us invited to be part of that grant application and has secured a crisis counselor for us at no cost to the district. Our students have great care and support because of her and her team, and I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to her and to let you know that she works tirelessly on your behalf to make services to students available, and I feel very lucky to get to work with her. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you again, board, for the opportunity to share some of the great work that is being done on your behalf. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Carlos, and thank you, Elizabeth, for all you do for our students, for their well-being. Any questions from the board?
Okay, first question on services for students under therapy. I don't know what slide that was. For 2021, it listed workshops. Could you go into a little bit on what kind of workshops there were and how they were offered? I'm assuming they were probably Zoom because of COVID.
And actually those workshops were 2020 to 2021, so I misstated on those. And so what happened was every week the workshops were offered at a specific time during the week that students could watch live. But because not every student could make it at those workshops, then we posted it onto our website. It was 7 workshops that were then recycled twice in the semester, and then we did the whole thing again in the spring semester because we figured not everybody got to see them. And then we would do a weekly newsletter that would match whatever the subject was. And then in that, we would cover the physical side of it as well. So for example, depression, we would do a little blurb about depression, but then what can you do physically that would help decrease your depression, and then some resources for depression. The subjects that we covered was depression, anxiety, stress management, self-care, time management, such as those kind of subjects.
Are those still available?
Yes, they are. They're still available. What we did is, so their live sessions were live, and we didn't record those, and then I had an intern record each one, and then we posted it on our website, and they're still available. If you go on the Student Health and Wellness webpage, it's the very first one at the top. It'll say Wellness Workshop on it, and then just go there, and you'll see all the different subjects.
Thank you.
I have some questions, but
Any other questions or comments?
Trustee Olson, because I know this is something you're very passionate about. So I think the student perspective on what was presented would be beneficial for all of us. I want to allow you the space.
Thank you. Thank you both for that presentation. First, just some comments, and then I have a couple questions. I'm so happy that COD has those programs in place, and I do still believe it should be a area of priority to improve on. I'm thankful to all of you for making it a priority. So many students are still struggling, myself included. Face many of my own battles with mental health, and it's still something that is so hard to face and talk about. I know we do have many resources, so I believe one of the biggest issues is communication. Students still don't know about the available programs or how to approach getting help, and it's a scary thing to reach out in general. So if you don't know where to start, you can't start. I do think that faculty being aware of resources would be helpful. One of my professors sharing things that are available is where I've heard the most about mental health resources. So maybe if we can capitalize on that. I know it's a difficult thing to address what's being taught in classes or what's being told in classes, but it is helpful. I have been close with a lot of my professors. That's where I found the most help. And so I was wondering how we are communicating to students what is available.
Sure. So thank you for that, Trustee Olson. We do reach out to faculty. Elizabeth actually reaches out every term and reminds faculty of the resources that we have. She does send out notices through our Canvas. She requests that also through faculty to release that information through their Canvas shells. We are constantly trying to find ways to better inform students that the services that we have and be able to connect them. Like I mentioned in our assessment and care team presentations, when we present to faculty and staff, we talk about the importance of reporting. Sometimes they'll observe things that maybe the student is not communicating. Perhaps they've noticed a change in the student's behavior, and we can keep that information as private as we need to, and we do communicate that with faculty because it's important that they be seen as an ally, so we don't want to, jeopardize that relationship, but we do encourage faculty to do that. But I think we're always open to find ways to better communicate, to get that information to students. I think, as you know, we all had that communication overload with, everything being online, but we are trying to do that. I know that we have had information tables as well outside of student health, but also when we had an intern do tabling outside of the building to try to promote more information. We also had a student health ambassador that was funded through the chancellor's office that was primarily focused on getting that information out to students.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say that making sure it's accessible, and I feel like it's still something that's kind of pushed under the rug. We don't talk about it, and it's very prevalent in academia and in general right now, but everyone's trying to be strong or not show it. So just making it clear that it does exist and there are ways that you can improve, because that's the other thing. A lot of students I talk to, it's like, yeah, I'm struggling, but why would reaching out help? Like, what does that actually do for me?
We have also had a club called Active Minds with the focus of reducing stigma around mental health issues. Obviously, in the environment that we're in, that currently is dormant, but that is a way that we've been able to spread the word and encourage people to just seek out help. And we have also invited Active Minds, the larger chapter, to campus to be able to do programming. But that is, I think you're right, Trustee Olson, it is a very large hurdle that we have to overcome, destigmatizing mental health issues and giving people access to the support they need.
Thank you both for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And trustees, before we move on, we've gotten a few comments that it's difficult to hear some of the trustees' statements. So just please be mindful of speaking into the mic and a little bit louder if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando, and thank you, Trustee Olson, for your input. Trustee Gonzalez, I think you said you had some stuff to say.
You have some questions?
Yeah, just a couple.
Probably shorter than mine, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about the ACT team, and who is on that?
Sure.
Makeup?
It is made up of 4 faculty members, both instructional and non-instructional. So we have a psychology faculty as a member. We have counselors, general counselors on the team. We have the student support resolutions manager, which is our case manager for navigating students of concern. Our director of DSPS, which is Disabled Students Programs and Services. Our director of emergency preparedness and public safety. The Director of Human Resources. That was a new addition to the team. We found that a lot of times the issues that we discuss overlap with faculty and staff, and so we wanted to make sure we're navigating that side correctly, so that's a newer addition to the team. And the assistant, associate, whatever my title is now, sorry. Associate Dean of Student Services or something.
Well, to Student Trustee Olson's point, would there be any consideration of adding, for example, maybe the student trustee to that team?
I think that's something we could explore. The challenge around that is that we're talking about students' educational records, and there are some restrictions around what we can share and who we can share it with. We take every case and develop a strategy for intervention. So if a student is not, I guess it's very case specific. If a student presents with suicidal ideation, we'll talk about how we want to intervene and do that. I think there is room for a conversation about maybe an advisory group to student health services and include students in that conversation. I think that would be more appropriate than disclosing another student's
Right,
information.
or maybe construct your agenda in such a way that you allow the student trustee to participate in a certain portion of it, and then you have your case studies afterwards. But yeah, I love that also idea that you've come up with too. So maybe you could take a look into that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good
Advisory.
idea.
Yeah. And what types of school meetings are you invited to present? You mentioned that you're invited to school meetings.
Yeah, so like the department, not department meetings, but the school meetings, so like communications and humanities, mathematics and sciences.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so those we call them the schools, so they're school meetings. We also got recently invited to the 4S Council, which is made up of all the frontline staff, and so we did a presentation about intervening in a crisis and providing support and revisiting some of the things that I think many of us are out of practice after being home for a year and a half. So I think it was an opportunity for them to learn resources and some, I think, helpful skills on how to identify a crisis, what they should do in a crisis, and how to respond.
Thank you. So you talked about funding for clinical therapists. What are those resources again, the funding sources?
So I talked about 2 different funding sources. The first is the $19 that every student is assessed for student health and wellness. And then at the end, I mentioned some funding that is allocated by the Chancellor's Office recently, and it's specific to mental health services.
Why are we not considering local resources such as the Desert Healthcare District or the Regional Access Project Foundation?
We do partner with many local resources. I think Elizabeth shared just a few of those. Borrego, for example, comes to our campus to provide some physical health, but we're also able to do some mental health referrals there.
But these are, what I'm referring to are grant foundations where you can get funding to hire someone. Both Trustee Gonzalez and I sit on the Regional Access Project Foundation, and mental health is one of those categories. And we're looking for two our priorities for next year. So I'm just saying to consider using local funds, because then you're getting local buy-in from the communities for what we're all trying to accomplish. So if we can consider using local funds for positions as well.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Told you you'd be shorter than me. You can thank Trustee Wilson, because that was one of my questions, that I didn't see any student representation, so let me take that one out. But I do agree. I had a question on one of the slides. I saw the cancellations and no-shows. What is the follow-up?
So we have generally across the state, student health centers struggle with no-show rates. It tends to run about 30%, and we were at 33%. And so then I worked with our electronic medical company to see if we could create some sort of text reminder, email reminder, or phone reminder. And so the first year that you saw the data with, we didn't have that system in place. So then I started that system, and we saw a drop in the no-show rate and a slight increase in the cancellation. And that's because now the students, when they get the reminder, have the opportunity to cancel and then reschedule. So that did help us a lot with our no-show rate, though, but that is one of our struggles, is the no-show rates. And actually, we prefer to see the cancellations because that means they've called and we can reschedule. The no-show rate, they just don't show. And then that's a wasted appointment for somebody else. So I'm constantly working on that to try to minimize those no-show rates so that we're utilizing our therapists as best as we can.
And is there follow-up with those that no?
Yes, some do, some don't. It kind of depends on what is the issue or the relationship the therapist has with the student, but there usually is. If they're an ongoing, I mean, in general, they're going to be followed up with. If they're an ongoing student, the therapist will say, hey, how come, what happened, email, phone call, or whatever. If it's a new student, we will follow up, and we put communication into our system to say that we've tried, we've called, we've texted, well, not text, I'm sorry. We call or we email because we want to find out what happened.
What is the makeup of your mental health professionals? Do we have equitable amount of people that you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speak up a little bit.
I don't know what's going on with my voice today. Is there, people that identify female, identify male? Is there?
We have, yes,
multicultural approaches?
I try my best, I really do. I have one Caucasian female licensed marriage family therapist. I have one male Caucasian licensed clinical social worker. And I also have a Latina licensed clinical social worker who was born and raised here in Coachella Valley.
Good. So I know that right now, and I think it closes next week, the county has the MHSA plan open, and the public can comment. And in that, they do this every year, and you'll see a familiar face because I record the videos for. And they gather community input on what is needed and what the county needs to invest in. And you're probably wondering, how the heck do I know this? So I'll be transparent and tell you that I am actually a commissioner for behavioral health at Riverside University Healthcare System.
Okay.
I was originally appointed by Trustee Wilson's late husband, continued on under Supervisor Benoit, and now I continue my term under Supervisor Manuel Perez. So I represent District 4, which is the entire Coachella Valley. And most of you won't know, but those of you who do know that I fight just as hard as you watch me fight here for services. And I can tell you that it has made a difference because I'm always on everybody knows. And when we have admin present, they always make sure that they talk about the Eastern Coachella Valley. Because if you live in Riverside, the services there, oh my gosh, amazing. And again, that's great, but they never made their way down to the valley. So as you can see, I've been there for a really long time, over 18 years, right? So just know, so this is why, I do have some knowledge. So you may want to, and I can send you that link, but they do it every year. This plan is updated, and they collect all the input from the community. I don't think Trustee Wilson remembers, but I'll share with you that somewhere about 2021, Trustee Wilson, do you remember that you attended one of our commission meetings and you asked about services for the CODA? You remember now? And so I want you to know that at that time, the county had said to us in that meeting that they did have a grant for community colleges, and unfortunately, the relationship wasn't the best, but I know that Trustee Wilson advocated, and as did I, because I was already in this capacity as well, to strengthen that. So I do know that they do have a relationship, and I know they're trying to do, and I know they have some constraints, just because, as you know, the county is largely, they bill Medi-Cal, so that whole assessment and all that isn't covered under that. Well, okay, I'm not gonna bore you guys with this mental health talk, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay. So I just want to encourage us, right, to be more vocal and to make sure that we have students like Trustee Olson submit their comments so that they see the need. Because us as adults, we can ask for anything we want, but the student voices are powerful.
Yeah.
So I will share that link with you as well, because I know it closes pretty soon here. I think it closes in another week or so. So, just to give you some food for thought. I did want to mention, I am familiar with the multiple districts, obviously more Coachella Valley Unified. So the organization that provides the mental health services for Coachella Valley Unified, just so everyone knows, it is a nonprofit. So services are free. And they are located in Coachella. So that's where, the counseling center is. But they can see students from across the valley. And they do, they serve. So not only do they have mental health services, they have substance use services and all that good stuff, food pantries, the whole thing. But one of the neat things that the school board did there at Coachella Valley Unified is when they contracted with the nonprofit, with the Latino Commission, is that when the therapist is working with the student, with the child, and it is identified that the family unit could benefit from services, if any of the siblings happen to attend College of the Desert, then they would be included in receiving free mental health services. So I'm glad that you did, reach out to the districts and you brought that information. I appreciate that you took the time, to really look into it and be diligent. But I would say dig a little deeper, right? Just so that you become, familiar with the services. Because I know oftentimes there's so much, right? Sometimes it's hard to keep up. But I think it's important to elevate those nonprofits that do really good work. Like Borrego does great work, right? I know they have their mobile clinics, and you and I both know that behavioral health is now merged, right? You have the mental health and the behavior and the mental health and then health in general. But again, I know that when we were in DC, Trustee Olson and I had a pretty deep conversation, and I shared a lot of these resources with her, and she was like, I had no idea. And oftentimes that's for some reason. And I know those of us who are old like me, we know there's that division. There's always been that division. Like, you get to Cook Street and like that's one world. And then you, so, I work really hard to try not to have that border there. Like we need to, And as you all know, thanks to an assembly bill that was championed by our own Assemblyman, Eduardo Garcia, where they were able to expand the Desert Healthcare District. Right. So luckily, I know he didn't know that this was going to happen, but that happened about a year, 2 years right before the pandemic hit. I can't imagine what we would have done in the Coachella on this side, if that expansion hadn't occurred. So everyone is doing, like Trustee Wilson said, there is funding Desert Healthcare District. Regional Access Project Foundation, of course, her and I would have to recuse ourselves, but there's like 17 people on that board, so you'll be fine. We have more than enough board members, but just, and I just want to offer that if you, want to reach out and ask me any questions, I'd be more than happy to, share
Absolutely.
resources with. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you again, Carlos and Elizabeth. Elizabeth, again, thank you for all your work for the well-being of our students. At this point, I think we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we're at the home stretch, trustees. So a few minutes, we'll be back at 2:21.
what to do, and I'm cruising. I've been chilling with the crew, now they got me in the mood. You sitting up the room and causing mood swings. You don't gotta tell me 2 times, we gon' keep the party moving. Pull up in a Mozzie, 6'5", looking flyer than your ex-man. Diamonds on my shawty wrist, looking like a boulder. Bet I Colorado, oh yeah. Ask my brother if he wanna party in a Rover. Yeah, she ballin' like she Larry loaded. She just wanna throw all her money away for a couple months of pleasure. Wrong way for the pen.
At this time, we'll reconvene at 2:25 and we'll move on to the last item, or one of the last items on the agenda, 18.05, Board Self-Evaluation Summary of Results. At this time, I would like to invite our Superintendent President, Dr. Garcia, to provide some context about this item.
Thank you. Can we proceed to the presentation, please? And I would like to, first of all, thank the board for completing their self-evaluation. This is not the board goals. We will need these at the end. We need the summary of the board self-evaluation. Completion of the board self-evaluation is in abidance with your board policy and in abidance with ACCJC Standard 4. So this is an annual requirement as stipulated in your policy. If we could proceed to the next slide, please. Specifically, accreditation standard 4C10 is what is in accordance with, and this is obviously accreditation standard. Under standard accreditation standard 4 in general, what that includes is governance, both CEO and the trustees' governance. So continuing on to the next slide. The board policy that stipulates the process that is followed by our board here is 2745, and you have completed the evaluation. Today, we will review that, and then in addition to that, you will see a draft of board goals that would be in effect as of 2022, which is July 1st, 2022 to 2023. Next slide, please. The evaluation questions are classified in different areas: board organization, policy role, community relations, policy direction, board CEO relations, standards for college operations, institutional effectiveness, board leadership, advocating for the college, and board education. And now I will turn it back to you, Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And as we go through today's presentation, I will review each question briefly. And then when we get to the comment slide, we will take a moment and then I'll ask one of my fellow trustees to please read the comments and we'll discuss as needed. That way I'm not the only one that's speaking here today. Next slide, please, Miguel. All right, so this one was the results for the board officer responsibilities. Next slide. These were the results for the board considers and respects minority opinions. Board committees have clear and appropriate responsibilities. Board members make decisions after thorough discussion and exploration of many perspectives. Meeting agenda items contain sufficient background information and recommendations for the board. All right, and I'm going to ask my fellow trustees to help me out with these. Trustee Gonzalez, please read the comments on board organization, please.
Yes. 2 responses. There are instances when agenda items require more background information in order to make a more informed decision. Board responsibilities are clearly stated and explained at all trustee trainings, and the board had a study session in January when this was covered again. 2, the board needs to listen and discuss all issues fully, not shut down discussions because board members do not agree. When there is a difference of opinion, that is when the members need further discussion. Number 3, board committees should be evenly distributed among all members of the board. 4, all board members need to participate in meetings by making and seconding motions. Board members also need to participate in discussions and ask questions, even if they had Question answered prior to the board meeting. The public has a right to know that a question was asked prior to the meeting and what the response was. The public may be wondering about that, very concerned. Do not know the answer and are questioning why we are not concerned about it. All agenda items should be discussed in public and after full discussions, decisions made, so that all information can be considered in the decision. The discussions are to help us decide how to vote. The more division, the more discussion is needed. 5, even if there is sufficient information, board members should board members should ask for clarification and/or explanation.
Next slide, please, Mia. So this is on policy role. Board members understand and support the concept that board policy is the primary voice of the board. The board has clarified the difference between its policy role and the roles of the CEO and staff. The board focuses on policy in board discussions, not in administrative matters. The board, through the CEO, seeks advice and recommendations from faculty, staff, and students in developing educational policy. And I'll go ahead and read these on comments on policy role. And we have one response. The board should have a special meeting annually to reacquaint itself with the board policies, know how to access the policies and procedures, and know when policies are scheduled to be brought forward for review. Policies should be explained when necessary and discussed for a full and agreed upon understanding. Hard copy binders are provided for each board member by some districts, and the policies and procedures changes are replaced with updates after board review and acceptance. Voting on agenda items should be based on the mission, vision, and policy. Now we have the results relating to community relations. The board effectively represents the voice of the community. The board encourages active cooperation by citizens, organizations, and the media with respect to establishing policy on current college operations and proposed future developments. The board has strategies for involving the community in discussion of issues that impact the community. The board assists in developing educational partnerships with community agencies, businesses, local government, where appropriate. And Trustee Stefan, would you do me a favor and read the comments on community relations, please?
Sure. Okay, 2 responses. The first, board members need to remember that you run for office in a particular area of the district, but once elected, you represent the entire community serviced by the whole community college district. This includes all the individuals in all the districts. Therefore, the focus needs to be on the students as stated in the mission and vision statements. All decisions need to be for the betterment of the entire community college district, not just the area from which you were elected. All public comments, whether or not they are missed, informed, or disrespectful, should be listened to and respected by the board. We work for the students and the community. The main avenue for public participation is through public comments at board meetings and contacting board members. We need to be more communicative, both as listeners and in joint discussions. And the second one, this is an area which needs improvement as it will greatly affect the future of the college.
This is on policy direction. The board requires long-range strategic planning. The board is appropriately involved in the planning process. The board is familiar with the general strategic and master plans of the institution. And Trustee Yant, will you do me a favor and read the comments on policy direction, please?
Yes, 2 responses. Once the long-range planning is completed, the board needs to stay on top of it and work for its completion. Making hard copies available can assist in this. 2, this year we have put into place a process whereby we can receive more frequent updates as plans progress. 3, this should be reviewed annually at a special board meeting, especially when we have a new board members. 4, all board members should have copies. Second response, there is a gap between what is policy and what is currently accepted as policy.
Thank you, Trustee Yan. And now we have results on board and CEO relations. A climate of mutual trust and respect exists between the board and CEO. The board sets clear expectations for the CEO. The board effectively evaluates the CEO. The board clearly delegates the administration of the college to the CEO. And Trustee Wilson, will you do me a favor and read the comments on board CEO relations, please?
Yes, sir. 2 responses. First bullet, CEO goals should be designated as long-term, ongoing, or one and done. Many times it is easy for the board to want to do more than recommend or offer suggestions. We need to remember to defer action to the CEO and allow her to do her job as she deems best. Second response, in my opinion, I see growth in this area, but we can use professional development.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. And now we have the results for standards for college operations. The board assures that the budget reflects college priorities in the mission and goals of the strategic plan. The board assures that student access and success and institutional effectiveness are priorities in mission and goals of the strategic plan. The board is supportive of efforts to improve teaching and learning. And Student Trustee Olson, will you do me a favor and read these, please?
Yes. 2 responses. 1, annually, we should be assessing the alignment of the budget to the mission and vision of the college. All goal and objectives should also be evident in the budget. 2, this is evident, but we need to be the guardians and make sure that the mission and goals are being followed. 3, there is no doubt in my mind that every member of the board supports efforts to improve teaching and learning. It may be evident or stated in various forms, reflective of the individual board members' backgrounds, but there is no denying that it is present. Second response, acknowledging our realities and shortcomings will help us excel in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Olson. Next, we have results on institutional effectiveness. The board monitors the effectiveness of the college in fulfilling the mission. The board requires the college to regularly evaluate program effectiveness. The board regularly reviews reports on student learning outcomes. The board reviews accountability reports to state and federal agencies. And Trustee Gonzalez, will you read the comments on institutional effectiveness, please?
Yes. 2 responses. 1, this should be reviewed and discussed annually. It is also nice to have copies of the mission and vision handy at all board meetings. 2, which program and/or programs all need to be evaluated? Excuse me. A rotation of programs.
A rotation of programs is an effective way to ensure their review. These are done as study sessions near the end of the meetings. Having the study session at the beginning of the meeting or a special board meeting on each would be beneficial, as board members are exhausted after 3 to 4 hours of meeting. Looking forward to moving toward a unified and effective stance.
Thank you both. Board leadership, these are results on board leadership. The board understands their roles and responsibilities. The board adheres to a code of ethics or standards of practice. The board works together in spirit of harmony, unity, and cooperation to accomplish the work of the board. The board members adequately prepare themselves and participate in board meetings. The board accommodates the difference of opinion that arise during debates of issues. Once a decision is made, board members cease debate and uphold the decision of the board. The board maintains confidentiality of privileged information. Through its behavior, the board has set a positive example for the CEO and other employees. The board works to build positive relationships with all stakeholders. And Trustee Wilson, will you read the comments on board leadership, please?
There were two responses. First response, while a divided vote for a new CEO created angst among the college community, the board understands the need for and continues its good progress to work as one in support of the CEO, our communities, and student success. The second bullet point, I request an opportunity to address these at the meeting.
Here are the results for advocating for the college. Board members support the college by attending various events. The board helps educate the local community about the community college needs and issues. The board advocates college interests to state and national agencies and legislators. The board works to secure adequate public funding. The board actively supports the college's foundation and fundraising efforts. And comments on advocating for the college, there's one response, and it's, again, I request a chance to address this section at the meeting. Was this, I'm not sure if this was the meeting that this person, that whoever was referencing. Would you like to?
Yeah, I would. You know, they have legislative training both at the state and national level. And our community college is one of the few community colleges that does not participate fully at these. And, you know, I mean, it's nice if we get one person there sometimes, but in the past, it's always been me. And it's something that needs to be done by every board member, whether we, you know, we need to discuss what the legislative action is if people don't go to the legislative sessions. And if we're not going to lobby in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., then we need to take it to our representatives at the local level, because we're the ones that they'll listen to. They're not going to listen to people from other community colleges. They want to know what's going on here at COD, and we have a lot of support if we would only utilize what we can do, you know, and we can't all five of us go in together unless we are at Sacramento or Washington, D.C. We don't always send 5 people to every conference, but 2 people looks better than 1, and just 1 person always going in and talking to a legislator doesn't hold the same amount of water as sending 2 people. We can't all 5 go in, like I said, because that would be a special meeting. But the thing is, we do need to lobby more, and we do need to make our voices heard on behalf of the college. That's all.
I would agree with that, Trustee Stefan. And just really quick, and I apologize for this, but do you want to go back to your request for an opportunity to address the board leadership? Was that you as well?
That was me as well. Better turn on the mic. That was me as well, and the reason I did that was because, again, there's a lot of training that goes on at the, you know, I'm an educator, so I always want everybody to be educated. And in the past, I've heard people say, oh, well, you know, I go to one training every 4 years, or I got this certificate or something. And it's imperative that people stay abreast of the training because it's constantly changing. I've been on this board for 22 years. Things are totally different now than when I started on the board. And there's a lot more things out there, and I can't go to all the sessions. I try to go to as many conferences as I can, but I still can't attend every session at every conference, and that's why we need to be there. We need to be represented, and sometimes we need to present too. You know, I've said that in the past, because we are doing great things here, and we need to let the rest of the state know, otherwise other areas get recognition for things that we've been doing for years. And so it's just a matter of making sure that we're keeping up with everything and that we're informing the public, and that was all. Thank you.
Definitely. Moving on to the results on board education. New board members attend the Community College League of California, CCLC, orientation, in addition to other orientations and trainings made available to them. Board members are engaged in continuous process of training and development. The board is knowledgeable about state and national laws and issues related to community colleges. The board is knowledgeable about major social and economic trends and issues that affect the institution. The board adequately studies issues prior to board action. The board annually evaluates itself. And do we have any additional questions or comments from the board? No? And Dr. Garcia, I think I'll turn it over to you, right?
Yes, I could go ahead and go through these because this is what I utilized to create the draft of the goals. So what are the board's greatest strengths? To listen to the campus community, keep up to date with legislative changes and other areas from the chancellor's office, work cooperatively with the CEO, respect each other's district. This board has tremendous sense of purpose. There is an energy and desire to do what is right. Students and education are important to all board members. Varied backgrounds. The board sees eye to eye on most subject issue areas. What are the major accomplishments of the board in the past year? Work with the CEO and the college community to navigate and continue educating all our students through a never before pandemic and make all the needed training for this to happen and make the resources available and shift to gradual return to campus. Next bullet point, reopening the campus. That's the #1 priority, hiring a new campus leader. Welcome Superintendent President Dr. Marta Garcia. Create a systematic evaluative review schedule. Importance of data and retrieval of that information. Promotion of the Community College Month. Selecting an excellent president superintendent. Selecting a new CEO. Breaking ground on the NDO expansion. Selecting the site for Roadrunner Motors. What are areas in which the board could improve? The board needs to work cooperatively and effectively with each other and with the CEO. Board development, board training, community involvement, advocacy for community colleges. Taking responsibility and utilizing the past mistakes to propel us forward. Communication with other stakeholders in the community. What are one or two of the most important changes you think we need to make to improve our board meetings and/or other functions? Changing the location of the board meetings to different districts to allow for more access from the public or different constituencies and a return to introducing new employees and new programs. Board development and training. Allow ample time for review and meetings, honesty and unity. Be honest with one another and trust each other. What are 3 to 5 issues that you feel the board should make its priorities for the coming year? Reestablish positive community relations. Reestablish harmony on campus. Move forward with Cathedral City and Palm Springs construction. Deal aggressively with any racial issues. Act aggressively to regain enrollment. Work to support the CEO, grow the Alumni Association to serve as a strong community arm of COD, develop and build Palm Springs campus that is reflective of the district and the community's needs, continue working cooperatively with Cathedral City and New Automotive Technology School, and continue to attend community college conferences in order to stay up to date with all changes resulting from the pandemic and to interact with and learn from other community colleges. For development, student access, diversity, equity, and inclusion and access, fulfilling our community commitments, and student and community advocacy. In addition, community engagement, such as building a relationship with local districts and community members, revisiting current campuses and reviewing for necessary investments and curriculum that will fit the needs of the community. Review employee structure, roles, and effectiveness for the entire college. Review current courses with more input from students and stakeholders, honestly, and unity amongst board members that is not influenced by specific groups. Prioritize our students, support our CEO, keep moving the West Campus project along, restore public trust, although nothing done has been wrong. And that concludes the actual evaluation. Now we'll proceed to the draft of the board goals, please, Miguel. And what I want to emphasize, I have no record of you completing board goals before. They probably were completed privately, I've been told, but there is no record of them. And what should take place is I've developed, based on your responses, a draft of the board goals for 2022-2023. I will email these to you, review them, reflect on them. We could add to them. These are your goals, and they become in effect July 1st. Next year, we will evaluate how the board did on the goals that the board has set for themselves. That's continuous improvement, obviously continuous evaluation. It is correlated to the institutional planning processes, and it demonstrates how we are all working together to obviously continue to move the institution forward. So I have created these as a draft. We're going to email them to you. And like I stated, we will edit them based on I will need your responses. We're going to provide you a deadline because you're going to take action on them next month during the June board meeting. And then they become in effect on July 1st. I could read these, obviously the general areas for our governing board role, understanding roles and responsibilities, including community and campus engagement. It is evident from your responses that this is important to you, that you want to continue to grow as a board, that you want to continue to learn, that you want to engage with the campus and the community. And then the next area is fiscal management, if we could scroll down. Ensure fiscal stability through appropriate planning and awareness of fiscal challenges. You specifically stated our decline in enrollment, so this objective is related to that. But if there's anything else, then we could add an additional objective under this area. And finally, capital investment projects. Delineate capital improvement priorities to include modernization, new construction, major equipment and infrastructure replacement, research and develop additional funding strategies to address these needs. And your specific priority is to monitor the current projects that are ongoing. So we could modify these based on your desire. And this is a draft. I just want to conclude by saying, I know it's been a long day and we still have more business to conduct, but I'm really proud to serve alongside you. I mean, what the board has done today truly demonstrates your commitment to this institution, to these students, to this community. So I'm grateful to serve alongside you and proud of the work that was accomplished by the board today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for putting that together. Are there any comments or questions from the board regarding the draft goals? Okay, hearing and seeing none, look out for those in your email, everyone. Moving on to item number 19, future agenda items. 19.01. Student Trustee Olson, I know that this is your last meeting, but is there anything that you would like to see us discuss here in the near future?
There is not, thank you.
Trustee Wilson,
Not at this time, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Actually, I was thinking about the comments that, or the questions that Trustee John had with, my brain is dying now. CVEP, right? And just, it caught my attention. I'm wondering, and it may be more for me because I'm the newer one, but is there a way that we could have a presentation from them? Maybe the history that they have with the college? And I know Trustee John was asking about, I hope I didn't steal your future agenda item, Trustee John. But, like what the partnership is, the internships, I would really like to know more about, I think it's great. I think it's awesome that they're offering that, but I for one, would like to know more about, what the interns and what they're doing. And I think that would be good to highlight just as a partnership in general. So I think for me, that's about it. Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan? I know we have. Oh, Trustee Young, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, none at this time.
Stefan? Yeah, I know that they're on the docket for next meeting. And I know that we have a few things that are on our way, so I'll hold off for a couple of meetings and then we'll catch up here. At this point, we'll recess to closed session. The live feed of this meeting will continue, but I'll ask my trustees to please be in closed session at 3:07. 10 minutes.